with the money in 1971 when we pulled ourselves off the gold standard. The U.S. dollar's lost 98% of its purchasing power in 52 years. And so Satoshi Nakamoto in the white paper basically said, look, maybe they're drunk driving with the money, and maybe we can create a decentralized system where the assets are harder. And, Andrew was debating Tom Lee last week. I saw that interview. I guess what I would say to Andrew, read The Ascent of Money, and you'll understand that this decentralized, fully transparent currency is definitely going to rise in value. And again, maybe it won't be the currency standard for the world, but it certainly can replace gold or be alongside of gold as a store of value. And I certainly, Larry thinks that. Right. Otherwise, you wouldn't be out there with it. ETF.
What's your larger take on Ethereum, and more importantly, what's your larger take on what the government is going to do, to the extent it's going to be approving or disapproving of more of these kind of ETFs and the like? Do they have to, are folks going to have to go to court to get Gary Gensler? I think there's a lot of people who've taken those comments and tried to twist them as somehow that he's voting for them, or suggesting that they should. But Anthony, you're the guest. You don't need to hear us go on and on. What do you think about what's happening here?
All right, well, there's a lot there. So let's just start out as you can't call me a never Trumper because I was with Donald Trump. Remember, I got fired after 11 days in the White House, but I did spend 8 months on the campaign, did 71 campaign stops and countless media hours of advocacy on his behalf. But again, this is, just like research on a security. If you look at his behavior, you look at the things he did in the White House, how he handled COVID, you look at the insurrection on January 6th, I'd love to hear Kevin's comments. Kevin had a chance to put Trump lights out on the 7th of January, and we wouldn't be dealing with Donald Trump. You'd have somebody different that could potentially beat Joe Biden. Donald Trump is not going to beat Joe Biden. He doesn't have the crossover vote in the Republican Party. Bernie Sanders voters did not vote for Hillary Clinton in 2016, which is probably one of the many reasons why she lost that election, even though winning the popular vote. And his base is getting smaller. But what Jamie Dimon was saying and what Joe often says, you have to take into account. You can't call 75 million people that live in the country deplorable. You can't demonize those people. There are real grievances in the society. I saw it firsthand on that first campaign. And what I would tell people, particularly the Democrats, get your house in order. Get your house in order with things like the border, things like crypto. Because, if you lose, you're going to lose because of people like Elizabeth Warren and Gary Gensler, and not understanding that there's a lot of people in the country, blue-collar people, whose living standards have gone down as a result of inflation and who feel economically desperational, guys. I grew up, my dad, who we lost in September of last year, was a crane operator on Long Island for 42 years. And we lived in the middle class. He was an economically aspirational blue-collar worker. We've turned those people into economically desperational people. You better listen to them, and you better get re-engaged with them, because a lot of those people are supporting Donald Trump despite the fact that he has these indictments and these accounts against him, and despite the fact that, let's face it, he's a little nuts.
Yeah, but people are supporting Biden despite the fact that he's showing signs of not being like he was as recently as a couple of years.
I'll take that over crazy, Seth Meyers, by the way. He was awesome on Seth
I'll take
Meyers.
older.
4 years
I'll
for
take
4
older.
I know you
crazy,
said that.
Joe.
Well, people sometimes will take. I've said weekend at Bernie's, weekend at Biden's. We have talked. You'd rather have a guy that's not there at all.
That's not
Joe,
true.
Than
Joe, that's
Trump.
better than
And then
one
you got
flew over the
Kamala
cuckoo's
Harris.
nest, Joe.
You got Kamala Harris waiting in the back. And Joe Biden has his own character issues, Anthony. Don't think he doesn't with Biden LLC and everything else.
It's such a
Joe,
false
most politicians
equivalency.
do. But if it's
Because
weekend at Bernie's
because
versus
of the
one flew over the
insurrection, or
cuckoo's
what?
nest, I'm going with one flew over the cuckoo's nest.
I
I'm
would
sorry,
cancel
weekend at Bernie's.
I would cancel out that and go with policies, and that's what Republicans are doing, Anthony. They want to
But
close
Joe,
the
he's a
border.
threat
They
to the
want
democracy, Joe.
Well, that's
Joe.
hyperbole.
You had
That's
a
your
guy
opinion.
on, Mark
That's your
Short.
opinion.
It's
you had
your
a guy-
opinion.
My opinion is that's hyperbolic. That democracy is going to survive.
I understand
Well,
your
come on,
opinion.
Joe. Mark
Do you
Short
think-
will tell you he tried to get Mike Pence killed on the 6th of January. Joe, come on.
Okay.
Joe, come on. You got to look at the
this
facts
is all
for what they are.
This
Be
is
a good
hyperbolic.
analyst,
I
Joe.
don't. I do not concede.
Now, how do you-
Hyperbolic.
democracy is at
Bring
risk.
Mike Pence on, Joe. Bring Mike Pence. Is Mike Pence supporting Donald Trump? I mean, come on.
No, but John Thune is, and Mike Johnson is, and Kevin McCarthy is, and the Republican
None of the
Party
cabinet
is,
members
and
are, except for
75
Ben Carson.
Okay, so all these people are stupid or treasonous, right, Anthony? All the people that support
No, they
Trump
like political. Joseph, they like political power, Joe.
And you don't
they
like
have
political
chosen
power
political
back in-
power
back in the
over
guy?
Political power.
during
You
the
don't think
country.
Democrats like political power?
I'm sure they do.
They're propping
They do,
this
but
guy
they-
up
sure.
that has no business. But
I'm sure they do, but what one is just in a totally different league than the other.
that's why we're going to have an election.
And that's why we have a
obviously.
market. Anthony Scaramucci, it's great to have you on the
All right, well,
broadcast. Looking
it's
forward
good to be
seeing
back,
you
guys.
again
Thanks for having me.
Soon. Thank you. Coming up on the other side of this, two stocks that have doubled in the pre-market just this morning. We're going to show you those moves after the break. Squawk Box returns after this.
Another day, another weight loss drug stock soaring. Viking Therapeutics more than doubling in the pre-market after the company announced positive results from a phase 2 trial of its weight loss drug. A GLP-1 treatment it is developing for both injectable and oral form, and the trial met primary and secondary endpoints, reduction in body weight at all doses compared to the placebo, and VKTX up 100%, 109%. Just on that news, I'm not sure the market cap, I'm checking that right now because that is a significant move in the stock. So it's up to, I guess, 3 billion. No, it closed at 38. So it's going to go from 3.6 billion today to almost 8 billion in one fell swoop. And shares of Janux Therapeutics also more than doubling on positive data from an early stage trial on its therapy to treat advanced prostate cancer. The drug reduced PSA levels in the majority of patients, and immune response over response was mild, temporarily and quickly managed with treatment. We're coming right back.
%50 off.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Google planning to relaunch its AI tool that creates images of people in the next few weeks. The tech giant paused the technology after inaccuracies in some historical depictions. Joining us right now to discuss mistakes and bias in AI is Michael Furtick. He's the founder of Heroic Ventures. Good morning to you. This has caused a lot of consternation, a lot of commotion, frankly, around the country, around the world. The pendulum swung one way. Is it going to swing the other way? Michael, how big a deal is this? And why are these things happening?
I think it is a big deal that Google, which is the source of truth for any number of topics in our lives. You, your producers, your colleagues rely on Google for information probably hundreds of times a day. It is a big deal that Google, which is now the paper of record for the internet, the way the New York Times might have been one day in the past, the paper of record for the world, is creating fictitious and historically impossible images. For example, depicting the founding fathers as African-American men or Asian women, or refusing to answer or declining to answer who is more evil, Adolf Hitler or Elon Musk. Over time, if left unchecked, this fictitious information that came from Gemini and comes from other models, you don't have to just pick on Google, will find its way into our knowledge sphere, will find its way into schools, will find its way into curriculum and lessons, because teachers will incorporate what they find, students will incorporate what they find when they write essays, and then we will further miseducate the younger generations with bad information and bad history. And the things that we think are bad about our current political electorate will get only worse. So I think it is a very big deal.
You've set the table quite nicely. The real question is, can these things be fixed? And how are they going to be fixed in real time, over time?
They
So
can
that
be
we're
fixed.
always getting the most accurate information that actually exists out there. If, in fact, what it's really doing is pulling from all sorts of places, some of which is going to be accurate and some of which is not.
So I like what you just said. There's sort of garbage in, garbage out. That's true. You have to make sure they're pulling from good sources. But there's also what lends these models, which are inherently dumb. They have to be taught how to think the way any other machine has to be taught how to think. It's the lens that these models are given, or that's applied to these lenses by the political officers who operate and work and control large bureaucracies at these companies, insist on applying. There is a political class, a political officer class, just as there was in the Soviet Union. It is very real. These are unreviewable people, and many of them grifters, who are unemployable outside of these very, very specific jobs that they have in choosing the political future and the ideological truth.
Who are the grifters?
And I think you have a group of bureaucrats who work at companies like Google, like Meta, who are in charge of something called ethics or something called political compliance, who are effectively unemployable people, but they have, through their PhDs and through their consulting gigs and through their self-appointed roles as political truth seekers or ideological truth seekers, become the arbiters of truth for the outputs
who should
of
be the
these
arbiter
models.
of truth? Because the truth is, if Google hired Joe Kernan and Andrew Sorkin,
We might get somewhere close to it.
well, we might, but at the same time, I'm sure there would be people who would say, that Joe has one view of the universe, and they would say that Andrew has another view of the universe.
Michael, I
I would take a combo of Joe and Andrew every day
that
over the
might
kinds
work.
of people
thank
who are
you.
running.
But because we don't have that now, we have 10 Andrews on most of these.
Look, let me not
No, we
name
do.
check. Let me not
Hey,
name check the guilty.
But Michael, when I saw some of the recent stuff, shocking. I asked myself,
shocking.
this just looks like more Gigo. The people putting the garbage in and the AI spits the garbage out. Or
Oh, I think it's worse than that,
or is
Joe.
it, how do they do it? How do they do it? How does AI decide to be as woke as the original people running Twitter? How did it turn out that way?
I don't want to speak over Michael. I just want to say one thing, though.
Yeah.
What happened, the reason this happened to begin with was because the truth was 4 years ago, if you looked at some of the Google AI, originally, it was super biased against minorities, like super biased, like white men, I'm just saying,
Google AI.
if you go back and look
was
at
that Gigo too? How did that happen?
that was 3 or 4 years
Was it
ago. And
Gigo? Garbage in, garbage out? How did it happen?
Arguably, I don't know. But I think one of the things that happened was you had this pendulum swing, so they were trying to correct that. Michael, am I wrong there?
I'm not familiar with the history that you're describing, but I would never characterize you as wrong, Andrew, under any circumstances. What I can say is that this, whether it's overcorrection or just the innocence and naivete of the model, it is pernicious and untrue. And the problem is, I'm going to launch myself into your earlier conversation with the mooch, whom we know and love. The problem is that the same people who will accuse Donald Trump of making up falsehood and doubling down on falsehood will come to the defense of a faceless, implacable model from a public company that no one really wants to take responsibility for when it comes up with historically inaccurate images. It may be intellectually interesting or stimulating. It may be educationally inspiring to talk about an alternate history. And there may be a lot of reason aesthetically or politically to review the failures of history. But these institutions, the reason we're talking about this on CNBC instead of MSNBC is that these ideologies are not just in the political sphere. They have now entered the shareholder universe. They have entered the business sphere. And the political officers that we're talking about, whether they were, I don't remember that moment you're referring to, Andrew, on sort of on the right, but now certainly on the left, and no one accused the Silicon Valley of being right wing. No one should. Anyway. The political officers are very, very well equipped to getting you fired if you have any dissent. Yes, Andrew, sorry.
I apologize. We are up against a hard break. We always look forward to seeing you, and we hope to do it again very, very soon. We're
I
going to come back
understand.
with
Next
a big
time we'll
hour
continue.
ahead. We'll talk to Kevin McCarthy after this.
Courses.
Good morning. Big day for retailers, retail results. Hints about the state of the consumer. We'll get you caught up on the latest numbers from Macy's and Lowe's. Congressional leaders set to meet with President Biden today, but will they be able to head off a partial government shutdown looming at the end of the week? Coming up, we have an interview with former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. And one of the biggest pension funds in the country unloading the shares of ExxonMobil over what it claims is foot dragging on the transition to a cleaner economy. We're going to speak with the man behind this decision, New York Comptroller Tom DiNapoli. The final hour of Squawk Box begins right now.
Good morning. Welcome back to Squawk Box right here on CNBC. We're live at the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin along with Joe Kernan. Becky's off today. U.S. equity futures, though, at this hour looking up. Dow up about 23 points, 24 points. S&P 500 up about 8 points. And we're looking at the NASDAQ to open about 57 points higher. Treasury yields, the 10-year note sitting just at about 4.268, the 2-year at 4.679. Let's start the hour by getting right over to Dom Chu. He's been tracking some of the top pre-market movers this morning. Dom.
All right, so Andrew, Joe, we'll kick things off with an early morning earnings headliner. That's Lowe's. Those shares have been moving between gains and losses, now just down about 0.1%, roughly 75,000 shares of trading volume. America's second biggest home improvement retailer actually reported better than expected profits and revenues. Sales, though, did fall from the same period last year. Lowe's said it was impacted by lower demand from retail customers for do-it-yourself projects, also bad winter weather as well. But its pro business, the contractor-focused side of things, was flat year on year. Lowe's also forecasts full-year sales that will be lower than what it saw last year as well. So again, that move there leading to a 0.1% drop. Then you got shares of Cava, which are up nearly 7% right now, just around 70,000 shares of volume so far, now about 5.5%. The Mediterranean-themed fast casual restaurant operator reported profits and revenues that both came in better than expectations. Same restaurant sales growth for the full year also came in better than expected. So those Cava shares up about 5.5%. And we'll end on Bitcoin because it just keeps climbing. You'll remember last hour we told you across the 56,000 mark, the highest level since towards the end of 2021. It is now at 56,891.13, up almost 4.5%. At one point,
let me go grab my
Joe, Andrew,
my
it
charger.
crossed the 57,000 mark, roughly 57,000.
Bro, I've been up since 5 o'clock.
Depending on which exchange and metric
trying to
you
get
look
this
at.
stuff
and
going.
According to the data from CoinMarketCap, Joe, that puts the total market cap of Bitcoin at north of 1.1 trillion.
But it's crazy.
At this point. I'll send things back
On a day when I wanted to get.
Yep. Okay, Dom.
Because I was really tired yesterday, and today I wanted to be able to
Courtney Reagan spoke with the company CEO
come out swinging, right? Come out the gates early, come out swinging, run through some big cap tech, run through news, and things like that. And you know, I guess the good Lord above had some other plans for us. So with that said, give me 2 seconds. Let me. What do I got to do? I got one thing to do. 1 second. A BRB.
350 locations left, but is also adding 45 Bloomingdale's and Bluemercury stores. So I spoke with Spring, who said, quote, "We're closing underproductive stores that represent 25% of our gross square footage, but less than 10% of our sales, and have a 500-point delta to our comp performance." This is a story about real estate and geography and making sure when you're in the best centers with your best game. Spring said the retailer is adding more employees to some of the stores it's investing in, using AI to improve inventory and evaluating merchandise. So there's, quote, variety without redundancy. He's also updating its distribution network. And Spring says he's looking at Macy's total business, emphasizing what's working. Bloomingdale's is coming off several years of record sales, he says, profit and customer service scores over the last couple years. Bluemercury is on a growth trajectory with 12 quarters of comp store sales growth. And bullish on the turnaround for Macy's. This is a good moment where we are very
How's everybody doing?
aware.
Let me share this stream real quick and all that fun stuff. Dude, I don't know if this is on YouTube's side or not. I'm really curious what's going on with YouTube. Does anybody feel like they're having trouble today? I'm not sure if there's, you know what I mean, if it's just me, or if it's like wide, like I can see the live streams. Like if I go click on live streams, I can see that like it just doesn't pop up for like even others, like other streams and stuff. So let's post this. Pokemon Day. Oh shit. Damn, it's Pokemon Day. Let me do something real quick, and let's get right into the charts and see where we're gonna make our money today. Sorry, guys. No. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm really curious if this is like something bigger. I'm really curious. I really am. I have this weird feeling. Look, like this. This is up 53 minutes ago. This was supposed to be deleted. Look. Do you see how this is not live right now? Like, do you see how I'm going underneath a live and it's not there? Under the live stream? Normally, it'll even pop up like down here. Right? It'll be one of the first ones. It's so weird. I don't know what's going on. So, please, if anybody is here that can comment and let me know what it looks like on your end, that would be awesome. And let me know what it looks like on your end. That would be awesome. And let me know what it looks like. Because again, I don't know if this is me. UBS is picking it up. Good morning, Wiz. I'm going to go right into stuff. Did you have to, Wiz? Can I ask you a question? Did you have to physically type in my chat, or like type in the channel? Not sure. Like, I doubt that I don't have enough followers for it to pop up. So, like, did it look different this morning at all when you went to like go on it? Here's what I mean. Like, if I go to YouTube, and I'm going right into the charts, like, because I'm just curious if it's me or if it's worldwide. Like, look, this morning, I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning, and I've been trying to start this stream an hour or two ago, and I've been having a hell of a lot of problems. You can see here, like, 54 minutes ago. And, oh, okay, that's true, too. So, like, if I click on, like, my channel, right? Okay, it comes up right there. But usually, like, if I go to live, like, it's not there. And I can see, like, weirdly, like, on, like, if I'm on, like, if I go on my phone or something, I click live, right? There are, it, like, okay, now it's not. Now it's not. So, now it isn't. Literally 2 seconds ago, it was doing something weird. Okay. All right. Bet. It's whatever. I'll figure it out later. Because I'm kind of curious if it's like a, if it is a Google thing. Yeah. It's all right. Whatever. Fudge it. Fudge it. All right. Let's get rid of this. All right. You had Lowe's report, Zoom, Unity last night. We got a little bit of data today. I don't know. I mean, personally, I don't think it's going to take an awful lot for durable goods and the data that we have today to really move this market. Same for the S&P Case-Shiller Home Price Index. So I am curious with this home pricing index that comes out at 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. We have Redbook, durable goods. So we'll see what happens when it comes out. Understand, if anybody here is new, you know what I mean? Understand what time this data set comes out, because you might be coming into resistance and that data comes out and you're like, oh shit. That's why that did that. Damn, look at that. I'm half tempted to try it. I'm half tempted to try and trade that right there. That was a beautiful rejection on the SPY. So, when I woke up this morning, again, I woke up really early to start the stream and get things going, like early, right? I wanted to come in, we'll go through the indexes, and we'll do that right now. We'll go through big cap tech real quick. We'll just cover Microsoft, Apple, and then we'll go into, like, some of the news of the day and stuff and some of the movers. Anyway, we don't have much price action here. So when you get these moves like yesterday, you're going to get these down moves after your bounce, like on a 15-minute chart. You're going to get that follow through. And I said that Friday, that like, hey, you know, we should be able to get some follow through here because there's not a lot of buying and selling in this area. So therefore, you know, there's a lot of headway where you can just get this just follow through for like 75 cents. 50 cents, maybe even $1, $1.25, right? Like you can see there on Friday, you know, just that one 15-minute candle, you know, you haven't had a candle like that, you know, I'm not going to say in a while because it looks like you had one the day before, but I'm just saying, you know, so we're going to watch these, this 507 on the S&Ps, right? We get back up over and we can regain 507. Look for last Thursday into Monday's high. We could look for prior day's high, Thursday's high, maybe even that pivot high up here on Friday. All right, that's what I'm going to look for, and that's going to be 509. So that's your range. I'm thinking that we could get a small little pullback here. All right, we don't really have a reason. You know, we do have some data sets, but the real reason may not come until PCE. Or are they going to pull this market back down? Listen, yesterday's volume was very low. It was really low yesterday. I made a small trade. I can't remember if it was to the long side or to the short side. I can't remember. So either way, it was like, I think I made like $1 or $2 a contract. I pretty much got paid in commissions. So let's see here. I am sending this off.
SONY, The Verge reporting that Sony is laying off.
All right. So, you know, you can see the direction on a daily chart, guys. We're trying to get up to this double top. Sorry about that. You know, see if we can't pull back into the lower fives. The low fives. All right. So far, they're taught to buy the dip, and I started to feel that way this morning. You could tell on CNBC at 4:30, right? When with the European market area, they were saying how, you know, we were trying to get, you know, the dip was being bought. So that was the portrait they were trying to portray. Again, I'm going to keep it simple, right? I'm looking for the low 500s, that pretty much that double top over here at 503 on the SPY. And then I'm looking for 507, right? Are we above or are we below 507? All right. We will have some support down here. I can tell you right now, you're going to have some support down there at 505, 506. It's like 505.50, okay? 505, 505.50. You should have some support down there. And you see what I mean with these candles? Like, look at these pre-market candles right now, right? You see how they're just like kind of giving it up because there's nothing there. You're in no man's land. So there's not a lot of buyers and sellers that have accumulated shares in this area, you know, which is going to stop you from, you know, giving you, you know, which in other, like, you may not understand it, but like when you're trading something and understanding where that price is, all right, is kind of important. We're trading at all-time highs here. There's a lot of giveaway, right? There's not a lot of buyers and sellers. So it's not like, hey, I got 1,000 shares to sell. And there's just like, you know, you got a bunch of buyers and you also got a bunch of sellers. So it's kind of like, it kind of gets stuck in this area. Here, it's just, it's free flowing. All right. But it will consolidate and those shares will trade hands. Buyers and sellers will all start to accumulate in this area. And then, you know, it won't move so rapid. So let's look at real quick. I'm going to go into the Qs and I'm going to go right into some of the news and some of the stocks I'm looking at. Like, for instance, though, what I'm talking about is like AMD. I told you guys yesterday, I thought AMD was just going to sit sideways, and I'm pretty sure that's what it did. It didn't even move because of where it was. I mean, this is... It's crazy, but it's not crazy to think that we have just literally come from all, like, I think I was in Florida back here on this day here, or it was that day right there. It's about when we started the stream. It's pretty crazy. They have been on their politics on CNBC, man. It is insane. It's crazy. To think we've went pretty much damn near $100 on the SPY. I think we're topping out at 530 on the S&Ps. I just wanted to look and kind of... It's a beautiful double bottom. Yeah, if we get this test, guys, you guys got to think about the long at 500 and get some time on it. At least I am. At least I am. So, pretty much same thing for the Qs here. All right. Sorry, guys. I know I was a little off track there. The Qs starting to look a little... It's not as clean. I think the S&Ps have the cleaner setup. But, you know... 534 or 435 on the Qs. 435. See if you get a mild bounce there and can't, like, whether it's to see if we get this like this pullback today. If we get it today, we could just try and bounce the highs. If you get a bounce off of 435, look to see if you tried to, test those highs again and can't, and then find it, we find ourselves, with PCE and stuff like that coming up. So I want to see where we are in location to when PCE comes out. All right, so that's what I'm trying to get across is like, where are we when this comes out? Are we going to be sitting at this level here? Right? We're going to have another low volume type of day, and we got to go find, stocks that, have news behind it, have a reason to move. Or are we at the highs? Are we at support? And we're going to say, hey, are we going to hold this support with good data or whatever the market wants to hear? Or are we at the highs and PCE comes in hot, higher for longer, and we get that pullback off of the highs? Do they start to price in a bad PCE, right? That's what I'm saying. And it looks like they may try to. So... in accordance to wherever the data is, you got to, understand where are we in accordance to when that data comes out. Have a plan for it. I have my plan. Again, and that's exactly what I'm thinking. What did I say? 435. So yeah, the Qs, we're going to look for 435 today. I would look for 435 to try to be support and see if you can find some buyers down there at 435. 435 on the Qs. So let me write these numbers down real quick. Come on, what's going on here? Look. Sorry, guys. Is anybody having trouble with this? I don't know what the heck is going on here. I don't know. Okay. Is anybody having trouble with the stream? It sucks. All right. All right. I gotta hurry up because it's already 8:25. I can't worry about this stuff. Dude, things are acting funky. I'm telling you, man. Okay, it doesn't look like it's just me. All right, it's not me. I can already tell. I can already tell. It's not me. All right. So, we had the SPY. We're looking for the low 500s. All right, so I just want to hurry up. Why is this doing this? Why is that doing that? All right, so the S&Ps, again, we're going to look for 503, 504, 503 support. 504, boys. If y'all remember No Limit, y'all probably don't. 504, 503. Support. $507 though is going to be our area, at least my area that I'm going to look for. All right, we're going to watch these pre-market lows from yesterday and this morning's pre-market lows at 505, 505.50. And I'm just going to play the ranges, right? We got a nice little range here. Let's say if we pull into let's see if we can pull back into, like, 505. 505 to, like, 504.50. 507. All right, and then we have the Qs. Excuse me, I'm sorry, guys. All right. All right, so if we're going to look at the Qs, and the reason I'm looking at the index is because where is the index in accordance to what the stock is that I'm trading? If I'm trading tech names, right, and I see the Qs sitting down here at a possible support area, I want to say, hey, right, and it's a little bit stronger. All right, it's still sitting up here. What is that, 436? We still haven't broken 436, and it looks like it's trying to climb. All right, looks like the Qs are still trying to climb here. Yeah, I think there's something going on with Google. Exactly. I think there's something going on with Google because it's not just me. I can tell. Where are we? 437. All right, so guys, for the Qs, I would watch yesterday's low and Friday's low. Right? 436. Are you above or below 436? You're going to have some support at, wow, 436. Is that 436 to 435? Okay, I was like, what the heck? 436, 435. I'm going to say 435. But if we're walking it up and we continue to just keep climbing higher, putting in higher lows, I got to go with it. 436, 435, support. All right, that's the Qs. Let's go to the Dow so we can see where she's at. Gotta hurry the heck up. I know there's been a lot of, like Pete and John DeJarian yesterday made a video about Micron, and I've been noticing a lot of other people starting to trade it. So I'm going to be watching that. I wanted to bring that to your guys' attention. You can start to see some people starting to talk about Micron. So 390. 390. Let's go look at the SPY. We had a little bit of data that came out. 390 on the Dow. Man, we're pulling back on the SPY. The Dow. Dude, why is this doing this to me? It makes it so freaking ridiculous. Settings, time axis. And it's still doing it. 390 on the Dow. All right. And then IWM. Gotta make it quick. IWM. So it looks like the Dow has a really nice setup, man. I can't get over that. I really can't. I cannot get over that. Yeah, look at that. That's testing Friday's close. Let's go to the IWM real quick. All right, so you already made it. We gave you guys that trade Sunday night. I said watch 200 for support. See if I said that IWM has room to just run. It has room to run. Now you got to wait for the pullback. All right, and see if it does give you a pullback to yesterday's high. I'd have to wait for a pullback to yesterday's high, even though it's kind of already reclaimed it, but not really. So I would look for a pullback to 201. The IWM has a win. Wow, that's crazy. That's wild. Let's see. Let me talk the live. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're getting a rejection up there. We'll just see if we keep these pullbacks. So not IWM. I'm sorry, Apple. Apple is still down, hanging out. Oh, it broke yesterday. It broke it. I knew it, man. Fuck. I'd look to see if you get some support down there at 180 on Apple. I would look for 180 support. I mean, you're about to find out. You're about to find out what is in store for why does everything look so weird? Look at that one. Okay, 179.98, that's why. All right. Let's look at Microsoft. Microsoft, let's see what we got here. So Microsoft's pulling back. I said yesterday 407.77. So we're at 408. We're pulling back into this gap. Yesterday, like everything we gave out was just on point. Everything we gave out. Everything we said Sunday, we were looking for the shorts, and it looks like that's playing out. So I'm glad that that was able to pan out for anyone that was able to take advantage of it, that decided to take advantage of it. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to get a coffee. It's fucking disgusting. So looks like Microsoft's just poking its head up here to 407, 408, that 407.90 price level. Call it 408. Now is your area, guys, where 408, you got nothing stopping you really to drop right down into 404. I would watch 406.50. I'd watch 406.50. All right, obviously we know we want to be looking at, crypto names and stuff like that. Why is... All right, chat, I'm sorry. I apologize. There's just like a lot going on here. And it sucks, man. It sucks. So I'm going to look for a push into 408, okay? A push into 408 on Microsoft, and if we cannot break 406, my bad. My little girl came in here. My Abby girl. All right, 408. I'm sorry. Wow, almost just spilled that. All right, so you have a bit of support here on Microsoft, okay? You have a little bit of support that we broke up there yesterday at 409. All right, you went right to it yesterday, and then you broke it. Are we going to try and test that area again today? I want to know. If we try to test, all right, yesterday's close. Damn, we did drop off of that yesterday. To me, it technically still hasn't tested it, even though it's like this whole area. That's what I'm going to make it. So if it does it today, I'm going to take advantage of it. Microsoft, 409, 408.50. All right, 409, 408.50. And look, you ended up making 407. But really, 408.25, yesterday's low resistance. So that'll be one of the first ideas, okay? And again, you could swing trade this. So that's Microsoft. That'll be a rejection and a pullback. And this lines up with the SPY and the Qs and the Dow, right? It's a Dow name. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I could look at XLK, but so 408.50. 408.50, 409. All right, that's Microsoft. All right, Microsoft, Meta. We can look at Meta. I know Google got tore up yesterday. Look at Meta. Meta might just hold. So, wow, actually, that is funny. Can it run up and test yesterday's low? Or that prior high? I'm kind of wondering. Abby, please. Oh, my stomach. Meta, I'd watch this 479, 480 area. I would also watch for a rejection off of yesterday's low. It did it this morning. Okay, so that's a 482 rejection. 482 rejection, possibly. You know, if the markets do pull back. Or does, you know, here's the thing. Here's what you got to understand. Meta is still at highs. Meta's still at highs. Okay? Microsoft, Apple, Google, right? Meta, and I don't know about Amazon, but possibly Amazon, they're at highs. Right? Apple and Meta, Microsoft are pulling back. So if we want to look for something strong, we could look at like Netflix or Meta, all right, to see if Meta can hold its 9 EMA on the daily chart. What are you doing, girlfriend? All right, so I will take that. And I will say 479.50, 480 hold. Okay, or do we have a rejection of 490? All right, that's all it is. That's all it is, right? You're making progress. So far, this is just a pullback, but what you're starting to see here that's telling us that it might not just be a pullback is that pre-market rejection of 482. So I'm going to watch. If we hold 482 hold on Meta, of course, she's going to go out again. All right, Meta, 482 hold. Okay, where are we going? I want to take it to 488. She's such a pain in my butt. I'm going to kick her butt. Hold on, Turkey. Hold on, Turkey. I'm coming. Okay, I'm coming. Hold on. So that's Meta, right? See if you can clear 482 or 482 and hold a 482. All right, so that's my plan there, right? If we can't get above 482, yesterday's close, prior day's close, we're going to get a rejection. Now, what are we looking for? What am I going to look for? Look at this, guys. Look at Meta. It's actually got a really nice setup here. All right, it's got a really nice setup. Because if we don't hold and get above yesterday's close, look at all this room, right? You got this pivot high there. You have, I just feel like you have a lot of room. Like, look at all the room down. You know what I mean? So I think this could be a good trade. That's why I feel like you might have a chance that it holds. Because it just, you could get demolished on the short side here. If it doesn't, if you're selling put, or if you're selling calls, or if you're selling puts, and this thing doesn't hold, you know, you're looking at 465. And I may throw it on. I may try a 465 put. Let's see here. Meta. 480, 475. 465. That might be nice. And I would look at these areas here. These would be my profit target. These would be the areas I would look for to take profit, right? Take profit down at that, like, you know, me personally, I would call it 476. You might have some mild support here too. 479, and it may be holding right now. 479. Yeah, like right now, it's trying to bounce. So I'm curious. I'm really curious if we get this rejection and the market starts to pull back. That'd be pretty freaking sweet. I'm telling you guys right now, that's going to be awesome if that happens. 472. My feelings about guns are very well known. No, I don't know how you feel about guns because I don't ever hear you talk about them. He's such a little bitch. It's so crazy. Like, when did everybody become such a fucking sissy? When did this mindset of the way I feel should be pushed upon everyone else? When did we start that? It's crazy. Again, Meta, I'm just going to give it to you straight right here. 475. I was thinking 472. But 470. 475. 470. All right. So you got the entry at 482 area. And we're going to look for some downside. At least I am. I'm going to see if we can get some downside on Meta. Let's see. Because if we can reclaim 482, then I'm going to look to take... You got to watch because you have 486 to the upside and resistance at 486 and 488. All right. So does it hold? That's the question. Does 482 hold or does it continue to reject? All right. Coinbase. Coinbase is still going. I would look for a pullback. Let's look at the 30-minute chart. I mean, I think it's pretty clear here that you can see what's going on, right? You guys can see what's going on. Do you guys see it? You guys see what's going on here? You have a base, you have the rally, pullback, consolidation, rally, pullback. Still not sure what this is going to be. If it's going to be a consolidation, that'd be awesome, because then that'd be able to give you some juice higher. Again, I don't know what, how Bitcoin and stuff works, but it just looks like, here's a stage 1 and then going to stage 2. You have room on Coinbase all the way up at like 230. All the way up to like 230, 200. That's where I would, let me let her in real quick. Hold on, baby girl. I'm coming. Okay, I'm coming, baby. I'm coming. All right, sorry about that. We have a beautiful, beautiful, some beautiful setups today, guys. So whatever didn't work for you the past couple days, you know, try something new. Maybe try something like what was I gonna say? Let's see here. Price level 2. Okay. What is this gray box for? Is that for the gap? All right, Coinbase 205. $204.50, 205, Coinbase. Sorry, guys. I know the stream has just been pretty bad today. Let's see here. 204.50. So we have coin. Now, the other part that I want to talk to you guys about is like understanding where are your profit targets at, right? Damn, we're already up this far. I mean, this thing is just crazy. Fuck. You got room to 230. We're already in. We're coming up in the gap now. 205. So I'm gonna look at 225. $225. $250. 225. I know it's a long ways away. That's a $25 gap, but there's nothing there. There's nothing here. I feel like it's going to be like Meta, and it's just going to keep going up and up and up and up and up and up. So I'm just curious. Let me see again, guys. The so like that's so weird. That's so weird. That's so weird. I don't understand. Enable auto start. Like, that's off. DVR.
3 weeks of February was 2.7% versus February a year ago.
That's crazy. I'm sorry that I had to put this on here. Because, like, I think it's YouTube or something that is messed up.
NRXP, NRX Pharmaceuticals announced pricing of $1.5 million underwritten public offering of common stock, together with investor commitment for additional $1 million. That's November Romeo X-Ray Papa, NRXP.
Alright, fuck it. Fudge it. Oh shit, what is that? What is it? Well, of course they would. Of course they would. Nobody said they wouldn't. All right, so that's Coinbase. Well, I want to look at a few of the semiconductor names just to have a few of those. We can look at some of the movers. You have Lowe's, that is trading. It was trading a bit even. It was positive and negative and then positive yesterday or today, this morning. I'm sorry. So let's go over and look at. It's 9 o'clock, 8:56. Let's go look. I'm gonna pour a cup of coffee and let's go look at some of the movers from this morning. If anybody is here, if you guys could hit the like button, subscribe. Damn, all of these boys. Wow, that's so funny. That's so funny. Look, they want you to. That's so funny. Look. Economic politics world, most popular breaking news. So, Intuitive Machine shares tumble as moon mission nears premature end. Fell 24% on Tuesday as the company's lunar mission. So you have Intuitive Surgical, Intuitive Machines. That's so weird. Near premature end after a sideways touchdown hindered communications. Federal signal down. Blackstone completes $2.3 billion acquisition of a Rover Group. Let me actually. Sony to lay off 900 workers, so more layoffs. More layoffs. All right, Unity shares tumble 15% after the video game developer forecasted that adjusted EBITDA would come in below analyst expectations for the current quarter. Analysts polled by FactSet expected 113 million in EBITDA, while Unity expected only 45. Wow, that's a big drop. Yeah, Unity on the list. Let's see what Micron does with that too. Not that they're like intertwined or anything. So Micron is pulling back. You can see there, Micron's pulling back. Nice double top up there. Resistance trying to reject yesterday's high a day. All right, let's look at Unity. All right, so it's actually making a recovery. Wow. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. It's exactly what I tell her. Let's do this. 29. Can you do something for me? Case-Shiller up 7% year over year. Look how it's just on its ass. Wow. All right, so Unity. Dude, it's not good.
Exceeds 15 EH Perez completes acquisition of Mississippi Bitcoin mining data center. That's Charlie Lima Sandy Kilo, CLSK. rate growth at new Corsicana facility. Rise to 2024 year-end hash rate target of 21 EH per S. That's Romeo India Oscar Tango. RIOT.
All right, so cool, right there.
VIRT.
And this says Unity, right? Yeah, 3058.
Collaboration with Clearingbird to expand Clearingbird platform for primary share IPO investing. That's VIRT, Victor India Romeo Tango.
My question is why is it recovering? That's the question. So I might leave this thing alone. What I would do is if it continues to recover, you got to look for prior day's low. You got to look for this like pivot low at $30.50. Maybe even 31. All right. Oh. All right, here's the thing is if you reject here, okay, if you reject $30 and you do get a pullback to $27.93, see if it holds it. Oh, looks like it did. It already did. All right, so I'd look to be long up to like $32 on Unity. That would be my bet. I would look to be long and see what you do up at like $32. I think 32 is your maker. What up, Chris? Good morning, bruh. How you doing, man? Let's kill it today. Just so you know, I've been trying to get this stream on since 5 o'clock this morning. I've been trying to beat them all up. Trying to beat them all up bright and early. I'm going to beat the sun. I'm going to beat them all up. So, I don't know. I was saying earlier, like YouTube. I think there's a problem with YouTube today. So, you know, if something may happen, you guys will have to bear with me. I'm just letting you guys know ahead of time. It took me 2.5 hours to get the stream up. $32. That's what I'm watching for in Unity. Let's see if you can get up to $32. And does it reject? Look what else you have there. You have your 100-day moving average. So I think that's going to be Unity's maker is at $32. And then I want to see what the market's doing. Like, is that going to give us our short opportunity? You know, maybe this isn't a trade. I don't know. I mean, I think that the EBITDA forecast was horrible. They're expecting 130 million, and they're saying, yeah, we're only going to do like 40. Bro, that's not even half. That's more than half. Right? 15% after FactSet had expected 113 million. Oh, so it is just over half. While Unity is expecting only 45 to 50 million, and they expected 113. So, I'll look at that. I'll have to bring that up. They had earnings last weekend, right? Last week. So Unity, 32. So Unity, if anybody wants to know, if anybody's out there that's playing Unity, I give you guys my target. Again, I would look for that $32. Is that it? I can't even see. because I want to give you guys my take profits and shit like stuff like that. All right. Okay. Where's your target? Where are you trying to take Robinhood to? I'm just curious. I'm just asking you. I'm asking you because if you have a target, let's see if we can get it there. Dude, listen, I was just thinking about you yesterday, Chris, and no homo, bro. I was like, if there's anybody that I could have that's been trading for about a year, which is a year and a half is still, in my book, new to trading. I'm just like, yo, if anybody could just understand and kind of do what Chris does as well, it's been a couple years since you've been doing, you said just after COVID. I give it up to you. For real, I give it up to you, Chris. I do. A lot of people, it takes them a lot longer than that to fully get it. So I do, man. I give it up to you, bro. So I want to see if Unity rejects that 32. I'm going to look at Robinhood real quick. I think Unity today would probably be flat. If we're going to sell off 15-20% and then and then you're all the way back up to damn near yesterday's price action, back up to this $30 level. It's okay, do you really think if that earnings miss and that forecast didn't send you down or higher, chances are the stock's going to trade sideways. So I'm not really worried about it. Oh, dude, anytime. Going long and open. Target is 1650. Awesome. Hell yeah, I love it. I love it. Take pieces along the way. Let's look at Robinhood. Let me see where we're trading right now. I know I have it up here at time and sales. Let's look at a 15-minute chart. 15-minute. Damn, she's such a beast. I mean, have you been watching this with Coinbase and stuff like that? I think this is an awesome idea to just follow crypto. I feel like Robinhood's just doing the same thing as crypto and Coinbase and stuff. Not really, actually. Because Coinbase was selling off even though it had earnings. There's your 15-minute chart pullback. Hold on, let me... Yeah, so there it is, right? Rally, pulls it back, rallies. This is a stage 2 or really 3. Oh, it is. Look, you can trade this right with Coinbase, bro. Damn. That move's sick. Yeah, I got 1665. Just off the cuff looking at it. So, awesome, dude. Heck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I will say we got to get above that level right there. We got to get above that close. You got to get above this close. If we get above 1591, we did. We're already above it. We're at 1597, 1596 right now. I would look for this to be support. That little close right there. I'm gonna make it a dotted line so I know. I'll know. I wouldn't mind trying to get this thing back to 19 bucks. Let's just see, man, if crypto can carry this. See if crypto can carry Coinbase and Robinhood. $17. Look at 18. Yeah, I'm with you there. 1650. I got 1660, but yeah, I'm with it, bro. I'm with it. I'm with it. It might even be 17 flat, 1699, because that was your prior support, and that's your resistance. Even though, bang, you open up there. Cool. Yeah, good deal. Good shit. 1660. I'm with it, bro. I'm in it all the way. I'm in it with you. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it, man. Well, there's another trade idea. You gotta hold 1585, or I'm sorry, 1590. You gotta watch that pre-market low right there. I thought my little girl was trying to come in. Oh, we shut it because she will go crazy. I need to make a cup of coffee before the market opens. Awesome. So that's Robinhood. Let's write that down. Appreciate that, Chris. Let's do it, man. Appreciate the ideas. If anybody else has any tickers, throw them in the chat. If there's anything like a top gainer or anything you guys want to trade, throw it in the chat. Let's, it is pulling back. I would watch this 1625. Watch pre-market highs. We got to get through pre-market highs. It had a nice day yesterday. It had a nice day Friday. I think I might need to wait for the 1560 to enter this. That's what I'm going to do. You have a double top right there. That's going to be my entry. I'm telling you guys right now, if we don't get to 1560, I might not trade it. I mean, I need to watch this level. This is that close from that huge candle that you had. So 1591, if we cannot go higher and we start to notice the markets pull back and Robinhood and Bitcoin pulls back, let's see if it pulls back to 1560. So you have to watch Coinbase, or not Coinbase. Watch Bitcoin. Hold on 1 second. BTC USD. All right. See if you get a pullback. Because if you get a pullback, that's going to help us get a better entry. All right. And that. So you can see here the gap. Like it looks exactly the same as Bitcoin and or crypto and Robinhood, right? This would be that. You can see that gap up. Like, look at that. Boom. So that's what I'm going to watch. I'll watch Bitcoin, but you got to watch, see if there's a pullback. It's got a lot of momentum right now, and it's holding these highs at 56,000. So people just are, they may go crazy, and you may just see a shit ton of buying. Yeah, I'm with, I feel, buddy. I feel. Just take a look at Bitcoin's chart. And you'll find out whether or not it's going to give you one. Oh my gosh. Stop. Let's see. I got to agree, Chris. I think she's going right to 60,000. I do. She's heading right for that area, and she may not stop until she gets there. Because this will start to be your blow off top, going right into like 60, before it like maybe it doesn't chill out, and maybe it just keeps going. But there will be a time when it just consolidates. Like there's like whether there's like a whole bunch of new buyers or just something has fundamentally changed, I don't. I know. Tell me about it. I wish I did. I didn't take the opportunity at, what was it, 16? I said if it got to 12 to 10,000 is where I was going to buy it. And I missed it. And I also started this stream. And, yeah, 12 to 10 is where I said I would buy it, but I should have tried. I should have bought some. It is what it is, man. All right, so that's Hood. Wait, let me go back. So we said we're looking for that pullback. How about you? And we have a nice double top there, man, from yesterday. That would be really nice. You have this wick order here, so you may get, don't be surprised, I'm going to say it right now. Don't be surprised if you see $15.29 today on Robinhood. Okay, did Coinbase do it too or no? It didn't. 1550. Come on. I hate when this thing gives me problems. So 1560. All right, Hood. $15.60 hold. 1560 and or 1591. All right, so I'm writing down 1560 to 1590 hold. If we hold 1660 target. And I know there's more. And $19. I'm telling you, I don't see why we can't get there. It's 9:17. I got to go make a coffee real quick. Yesterday, I talked about AMD and how I thought, she was just in an area that could, let's see if it bounces. I mean, this little ass pivot high here, maybe it could hold it up. You're seeing it put in that higher low right there at 176 on AMD. So maybe you can look for the long on AMD today. That's an option. Again, look at the congestion that you have up there. There's so much congestion up there. You make any type of progress, it just, it's just going to be hard to get that follow through. You know what I mean? Because there's going to be so many sellers with new buyers there and a lot of up and down movement when you get up there. Again, the reason why you had that move there, you're like, well, what about here? You know what I mean? Why didn't that go? Well, news, as in NVIDIA's earnings, will trump a technical analysis every time. There was a fundamental reason for AMD and the semiconductors to move because of NVIDIA's earnings. All right, and that's why you had that straight rip. Look what happened any other time you didn't have a reason to rip or dip, right? Because NVIDIA didn't report earnings. There wasn't major news with semiconductors, and that's why you have this up and down, just boom, 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 every 20 cents, 30 cents up and down movement. So you'll probably still get a little bit more of the same. Maybe you try to get a long up to 180 one more time. I don't know. That's what I would do, right? I would look for that level that we're at right now to hold and to push into 180. So that's a 176 hold for AMD. 176 hold. Long. 180. 180 is your resistance. You've broken it many times, and it just cannot stay above it. Just a little bit. I didn't find out about Bitcoin until 2022 when I was 16. Dude, I knew about Ethereum and Bitcoin. Do you want to know when I knew? It was in 2013, 2014. Yeah, it was maybe 26. It was, it was around 2015, 2016. Matter of fact, it was 2014, 2015, and 2016. A friend of mine wasn't buying Bitcoin, but he was buying Ethereum. And I fucking didn't buy it. Tell me about it. And I didn't get it. Just man. So let's not do that again. Let's just buy it now and sit on your hands. Just let it just sit there. I don't know if they start using it, how that would affect it, whether in a good way or a bad way. But I think, it would be, cool to you start using Bitcoin. They need to start using blockchain for elections, and there's no ifs, ands, or but about, oh, did you count it right? Did you do this? Did you do that, right? There wouldn't be no questions. A third party, non-affiliate of the government, blockchain, not like, hey, the police are going to, do a report on the police. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, the cop just killed this kid, and now we're going to have our same department do a thing on it, like an investigation on it. You need an outside third party. So, anyway, that's that. Let's keep it moving. Tesla real quick. Tesla's moving again today. Listen, if we start the trend, if this is a trend starter, get on board. Damn, look at that volume yesterday. Hot diggity dog. God damn. All right, I knew Tesla was going yesterday, and I missed the entry. Nice inverse head and shoulders here. Let's see if we can catch this wave. You had a nice pullback, all right, on Tesla right there this morning. Okay, if it gives it to you again, you got to watch the markets and see, actually you don't, not for Tesla. You don't have to watch the markets for Tesla because Tesla will just do its own thing. I promise you. If the markets pull back, Tesla's going to go higher. So it might even just help you. So I would like to try and get an entry at 201. I don't think we're going to get it. But you have some sick volume there. Sick volume yesterday. And this sucks because now it's coming into an area that's just brutal. Like, it's coming into a resistance zone, but I still think we're all right. I still think we're okay. All right? I still think I want to go for a 203 pullback, and I'm a buyer. Tesla, 203. All right, so I like this trade a lot, guys, too. Let me make sure the risk to reward is there. So that's a 203. It already pulled back and held, didn't it? Oh, shit. Carvana going off. Yeah, 203, hold. And again, I'm going to look for 210. I can tell you right now. I'm looking for profits at 208. Shit. 208, 210. And look, that was a nice bounce off the 20-day moving average. And look, 215, that takes you right to that 50-day moving average. I'm looking for 215. All right, so I'm going to be targeting the 50-day moving average on the daily chart, okay? Let me make a coffee. I will be right back. Okay, give me 2 seconds, gang. All right, give me 2 minutes, guys, and I'll be right back, and we'll get this party started, y'all. All right? Take your time. Don't rush into anything. Let it pull back into your level. The risk has got to be the reward. And I'm saying this for you guys to, like, just remember, okay? If it goes without you, let it go. Unless you're saying to yourself, okay, usually on a high volume day, it'll put in $6 and it's already made $2. Do I got $2.50 to $3, maybe $4 left? Okay, maybe you put it on. But make sure you get those pullbacks if you're going long. Like, just do yourself that favor. Okay? Do yourself that favor. Make sure there's enough meat on the bone. That's the one thing that I'm a little nervous with Tesla is there enough meat on the bone? Okay? So that's that. You can see here. And look, that line's right up with the trend line. Fuck, this sucks. It's 9:25. Guys, I'll be right back. Let me pour a quick cup of coffee real quick. Just give me one sec.
right, there you can take a look at the S&P gainers. Of course, it's, there's extended hours too. As Jim always tells you, be careful. Jama traders and the like. Norwegian Cruise, though, and Carnival, both leading the pack. We got a lot more for you right after this. All right, welcome back. Man, you've just been working furiously during the break. You want to do a mad dash on Macy's, right?
Okay, so Tony Spring just took over.
Who just took over?
Tony Spring. He's from Bloomingdale's. Okay. Jeff, good friend with Jeff Gannett. It's a very good, smooth transition. And I really like what he had to say today, which is that, first of all, the numbers were fine. And they were not promotional, which means that they had very little inventory.
Okay.
And I like that. But what Tony's doing is something that a lot of people have been hoping would eventually happen. Given the fact that he is from Bloomingdale's, and Bloomingdale's numbers traditionally are better, same-store sales numbers are better, he's going to be closing up to
I was looking at the wrong clock. Shit.
Now, Macy's had many. Look, there's 500.
Dude, this is not cool.
Right. So there's 500 going.
Maybe it is a good thing. Look, Tesla pulled right in there already, guys. Tesla pulled right into that level. Look, it's already gone. Look, I fucking miss Tesla. Oh my god. Fuck. Tesla already pulled back in. No, come on. Work with me. I'm gonna miss it. You gotta be kidding me. Why today? Yo, literally, today my day is fucked. Why? Why is this happening to me today? I don't understand, you guys. That's so ridiculous. What the fuck? Come on. Bro. I missed Tesla, guys. You gotta be kidding me. Motherfucker. Oh my. I think it might pull back, actually. I think it might pull back. Look at that bull flag yesterday, y'all. Look at that bull flag. But yeah, Chris, I would watch taking whether they're verified or not. You know, I'm telling you right now. Oh, Bitcoin. I gotcha. I'm sorry. I read that wrong. All right, where are we at here? Look at Robinhood right off the bell. Great job, bro. Great job, Chris. Great job, bro. Fuck. I missed it. See? I gotta let it go. Great job. Did you get it, Chris? Please tell me that you got it. You know what? Lie to me. I don't care. Somebody get that? Did anybody get that Robinhood trade? I mean, that's a profit target right there. I mean, you know, it's going to have its pullbacks. Obviously, $16 stock. You know, we just opened up. Why is that a 1 hour? What the fuck? And look at Meta, guys. Meta was one of our top names today. Look at the volume on Meta. Is what I want you guys to see. Look at that volume on Meta, guys. Yo, you motherfucker, yo. Please stop messing with me, dude. What the fuck? Sorry for the language, but like, what the hell? I go to click the mouse and like drag things over so I can see the volume and it doesn't show me. Like, it just... You gotta be kidding me, bro. Bro, that's damn near 100%, bro. You just got an 75% there, dude. That's a sick trade. You could have just damn near doubled your account with that. Not that that's something I would do. I wouldn't risk everything, you know. That's pretty damn sick. That's pretty fucking sick. I'm hoping for a pullback too. I don't know if we get it. Look at Meta just go, guys. Meta's just ripping and roaring. So Meta's got room to 190, 189. Well, it's like 188.70. So I missed that. But that was it. Look, everything. Why today? Why? I try to wait. Dude, I got sleep last night. I wake up at 4:30 this morning. I get like stuff done. I go to start the stream. The stream won't go on. It won't come up. And now I leave to go get coffee. And then here I am missing it because I looked at the wrong clock. You gotta be kidding me. Like, do you guys see why I get so pissed all the time? You see what it's like, yo? Like, is God really fucking with me? Like, you really, like, I'm starting to notice that, like, this is just such a common thing that, like, it can't be this common to be so common. I think you fucking with me, dude. I really do. I'm starting to question your motive. Okay? So, yeah, that's that. Meta. Right off the bell. And that's how you got to do it. I'm glad you identified that, too. Understanding you're going to have to get long or short right off of the bell as it dips into those areas. So, Tesla, I'm looking for this area out here. We got to watch that volume, though. Yeah, Google had a big day yesterday, so I would be cautious unless you get the continuation. Like a day 2 continuation. You might get the reversal, but you know, I think yesterday was the day to be watching Google. All right, AMD's pulling right back in. So 180 did not hold, or what did we write down? 176. So 176 did not hold. Or is not holding. Maybe that's a nice double bottom. We'll see. I think it's going to break. All right, if AMD breaks this level, you have room to 170 from 175 down to like 171, 172. Just keep an eye on the Qs and see what they're doing and what the SPY's doing. Again, the SPY was in the lead. I don't really want to just be short because I don't want to be like the idiot who, I don't know. You know, I do think the market could pull back some here, but and remember, you still have data coming out, guys, at 9 at 9 and then 10 a.m. I think. It's 9:30. Let's see. Durable goods -6, -3. You're going to have Fed members speaking, Fed Bar, Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index. Yeah, yes. Guys, watch for that consumer confidence at 10 o'clock. Watch for consumer confidence. That's an important one there. All right? I would watch out for that. You have data at 10 o'clock, so see what happens there at 10 o'clock. I was looking at Microsoft to swing too myself. It was look, there it is. That's a beautiful setup. Seriously. I think this is the most beautiful setup you could find. Microsoft. I would look to get short down to 404. There it goes. She's going, guys. Microsoft is going, and it's got some volume with it today. Look at the volume. You got to break this level, though. You got to break 406.50. You got to break 406.50. It's got to break it. It's got to break 406.50. Fuck. Come on, man. It's gotta break. Gotta break. You're getting some volume increase in here. There it goes. Fucking Microsoft, man. Fuck, I'm gonna be so mad, bro. I'm gonna be so fucking mad. You have a double top up there that you couldn't get through up at yesterday's close. I think Microsoft can break, but it's acting a little funny here. They're trying to hold it up. I don't think they'll be able to. So what I'm going to look for, guys, is if we get a bounce back and we start to reject 407.50 again, 407.19, 407.30, 407.20 to 40. Look at the continuation. You motherfucker, yo. I'm going to miss every single fucking trade. I'm going to miss every single fucking trade. You gotta be kidding me. You piece of shit. Alright, guys. Microsoft broke. It's going to 404. You made 408 resistance. I said Sunday. I said yesterday. You have to break 408. And what it do? You just put in a double top up here. Alright. Double top, triple top, whatever you want to call it. Look at that. Look at the extension now. Guys, I swear to God, I just want to fucking I just want to punch that fucking monitor. I just want to punch that fucking camera right now. You can't make this up. You can't make it up. What the fuck, yo? Well, Microsoft short. If I was to get short Microsoft, my targets on that are going to be 404. Final take profit 402. All right, you got a gap fill here. You're in the gap. That was the whole sole purpose of this. You have room and a lot of room on Microsoft. So, good luck. If you're on it, good job. Good for you. I'm happy for you. You know, just let me know that you took it. At least let me know that somebody out there had taken this trade, because we called it out Sunday. This morning, this was one of the top ideas. You guys see why I can't get in it now? You see why? Because now I'm buying the bottom. I need a pullback. And that's a nice rejection of the 20-day moving average and 9 EMA. All right there, lining up where? At 407.50. Stupid fuck, man. Unbelievable. Guys, that's a beautiful trade. You could have even gotten in it yesterday. I told you guys I was looking for a short on Microsoft to even if we swung that trade, you know, we were looking for 404 to 400, 397. Look at the continuation you're getting. That's why I say that volume is pretty real. What the fuck, yo? Again, anybody on here that's like a churchgoer, or you know what I mean, it's y'all understand. It's frustrating. It's really frustrating. So this coffee cost me a lot of money today. A lot of money. The fact that the clock was behind as far as it was, not forward, but behind, the opposite way that it should be. At least it's good. At least it's good. You fucking connect. You connect to my AirPods. I don't need this. I don't need this right now. Nobody was able to take Microsoft today. That's just a beautiful setup there. That's why I kept it on my list. I was watching it from Friday and Thursday of last week. And once we broke out above 412 and we opened up with that gap up right there, then I knew when it was like here, it rejected. It came up, made it resistance, and you came in with that huge gap up, and you just had profit taking. Profit taking. This could be a day two. I think this is going to be. You can see what's going on here. Do you see what's going on here? You see how you got this gap fill? Okay? You see how you got the gap fill? Up here, you don't see the gap. You know, there's to the left of us is where the gap is. You have a trending day to the downside. You make 410.50 resistance. You consolidated yesterday, and then today might be the day 2 or the second leg down if we can get a fucking pullback, which we're not going to. When you don't get pullbacks like we're not getting right now, it's telling you how weak the stock is. It's fucking weak. Short it. If it gives you a bounce back, but if it starts retracing and you start to see Microsoft way up here at VWAP, something's fundamentally changed and it's not giving you the continuation. All right, but if it gets up there, I will take a chance to short it because I do know that I should be able to get that pullback down to 406.50 to reclaim that as support if I get the chance. Right? It'll be a very small scalp swing trade, but if it also rejects, because I was hoping to get that rejection right here. I was hoping to get that rejection on the lows right here. I was hoping to get short like right there. Right? And I never got it. She's very weak. I would watch the volume. There's a lot of great setups today, guys. A lot. Yeah, it was really nice, Chris. It was fucking hella nice. It was really nice. And just going back and looking from Friday, where you had this nice, downside move where it just cracked the levels. And the thing is about these candles, do you see how they're all like just about the same size and it's just really tight? You know what I mean? Like it's not like up, down, it drops and then up and then drops. It's not doing like break and retest. It is a little bit, but the candles are nice and tight and it's just steady, just stepping down. And it's just like a straight diagonal line down where the price action, those candles are really tight. And then you get the consolidation yesterday, and then we see if we can get that final pullback today. It just sucks because I know I would already be like, with this type of continuation, I might even be out of this trade already. I don't know because I don't know how much it, I don't know the percentages on them, but if we can get that 404 test, look. Do I got to get short right there? Oh, man, motherfucker. Give me a bounce back. Let's see if we can still take this. See, I'm already paying a lot of money. Let's see how much these already went up. Let's see how many of these. I don't have any anxiety about money anymore. Okay, so hold on. No, that's a put. Yeah, that's what we want. So hold on. Oh, here's the open right here, Tuesday. Look, these things were going for 80 cents, and they are now pulling back into support at $1. So I'm paying 20 bucks more. All right, let's do it. Let's see if we can't do it. Let's see if we can't get it. Now I'm scared because it's already given me the move. I don't know what to do. I need to be... Now I'm paying $30 more. Just off of that little wick. My fault. I did not mean to do that on stream. Just like slurping on the coffee there. Mother flipper, bro. The volume kind of died off there because I think everybody wants it higher. It's a sad day. It's a sad day for me, man. And no, I don't want auto zoom. I want, or not auto zoom, but auto range. I don't want that. Auto range, no. Don't want it. Don't want it. Fucking heartbroken, man. This hurts harder than a breakup. Look at the SPY. Look at these easy setups. What do we say? 507. You could have traded the SPY today. It went right up in the 507 pre-market before the bell, and you saw that nice sell-off, and look at it. Continuation, bear flag. Let's see what happens. Can you make 505 resistance? Chances are it will, and you're going to see this market back down at 504.50, 503, right in that area. I had a feeling we were going to sit here and consolidate between this level here. I had a feeling, man, that 505 was going to attempt to be support. Yeah, we'll go with that. For 504.50. Come on, guys. Day's not over. Day is not over. Got some really nice setups. If we could, can we get a couple likes? Subscribe if you're new here. Ask questions. Say hello. Something. Let us know that you're alive. Yeah, it's one of those days today. A lot of nice setups today. A lot of nice setups. So how do I want to play Microsoft? There we are. We're right up into the level right there on a low volume. I think I got to try it. And what was it? What was I looking at? 400s. Where's the SPY? The SPY making that resistance. What are the Qs doing? SPY is making that support. Resistance. Oh, fuck. I just want to see what the Qs are doing. And the Dow. Because the Microsoft is a big component of the Dow. So it's a little bit important. Okay, cool. Look. Qs have resistance here. Right there at that level. See if we can make that level resistance. Volume's on our side. Volume seems to be on our side. The Dow. Also pulling back. Let me go for this Microsoft. I'm going to go for this Microsoft and see if we can't make something happen with it. It's already up $1. We could have just got it at 90 fucking cents. So you're already paying 10 cents more along with commissions. Fuck. Come on. I think that's too big of a level here. At 406.50. I think 406.50 is too big of a level. I think I'm going to try it. I think I'm going to try and go for it. Yeah. What? For like a pullback? Hold on. Microsoft's volume's kind of changing here. Are you saying for like a pullback or... Hold on one second. Let's see here. Okay, for the long or short? Is that for the long or for the short? Because what I'm trying to see is, like, I don't know if you noticed this, Chris. All right? I don't know if you noticed this. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. All right? If I think the markets are going to pull back, I want to be short the names that are weak if I think we're going to get a pullback. Uber has been a monster to the upside. That is a nice setup for the upside. Let's see if you get a bounce right now. It'll probably start to rip literally right now. If I know anything about stocks. Or start to break down. My stuff froze. My stuff froze. Boom, you want to see it pop right there, right? You see it start to break out, bust up like right up into 80 and pull back. It's not doing it. It's a sign of weakness there. Sign of weakness. Bang, pop. That's what I would be saying. If I was in this trade, I'd say, yo, why is this thing not breaking out? What the hell is wrong with this stock? Why is it not breaking out? Just like, why is this not zooming me in? Come on. I mean, I haven't traded Uber. I mean, I have. I can't say I haven't. So, keep an eye. If that does not pan out to the upside, do I take the 90? Do I pay the $1 for the puts? I don't know what to do. $96. Let's see the SPY. Oh, look, guys. You guys see what's happening here? It's almost 10 o'clock. Don't get sucked into anything. Consumer sentiment. You see how this happens? You guys see when I say, hey, you know, these setups are going to look... Consumer confidence is coming out in 2 minutes. Wait. This always happens. They get to a point where they suck you in. Oh, look, we got a nice break and retest here. And then you take it. Oh, that's because we have data coming out. That's why Uber isn't breaking out to the upside. But that's good that you brought that up, Chris, because then now we have an upside play and a downside play. Microsoft is weak. Uber is strong. If we get good consumer confidence that helps lift this market up, we're looking at Uber. If it's to the downside, I'm looking at Microsoft. And again, I'm looking for that 402 area on Microsoft. It's kind of funny how this works out, right? This is why I brought it up early before the bell. I was like, yo, remember, the setups are going to look really nice. Like you're going to enter it, and then you're going to forget that right at that entry point is going to be is the data set. What's up, Base? How you doing, bro? What are you watching today? It was a rough day for me yesterday. I made one trade yesterday, but I was tired, bro. I was practically asleep on stream yesterday. I didn't get any sleep the night before. Good. Small caps, that's what's up. I know they broke out a lot yesterday. I was watching OCEA. We talked about that Sunday night. And that did pretty well yesterday, I think. I think it did okay yesterday. I don't know where it closed at. So it's -5. Richmond Manufacturing Index.
Consensus was -9.
Consumer confidence, still waiting on it. Forecasting 3. I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, he's talking about that, 9. 106.7. So that's under expectations. Under expectations. Is the market going to... All right, here we go. I'm looking at 407.
Again, Richmond Manufacturing Index -5 versus -9.
Let me see something here.
Consensus,
Let's see if we get another opportunity up at 407.45.
That's the 10 a.m. data. S&P futures right now are popping here, following that result.
I wonder how many people tried to get short Microsoft and forgot that, hey, it's 10 o'clock. They might want to wait a minute, and they just got hit with a 10% loss. Probably more on the options. It was trading at about $1. Then it went down to like 86 Probably 85, 87.
LUNR.
Fuck. So we've regained pre-market
Up here now.
lows. That was the area I was wanting right there. That's exactly the area I was wanting. Now that I have it, do I take it? I feel like we should. I want the continuation, and I don't know if you're going to get it. So I'm going to scratch that short off because I would have already taken profits on that entry of 407 or 408 and taken profits off at 405. That move was done in just a few minutes. Right there. If you hold this level here, I feel like if you hold this level right there, this thing's probably going up higher again to the top of the range. Oh, come on, drop. Turn it into resistance. 407. 407. 407. Look, you can't even see the volume on this thing. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. If you guys are throwing some W's in the chat for Robinhood and Microsoft, man. What a hot list today, y'all. All right, there was our... Fuck. I feel like they're going to try and suck us into this thing. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. My computer is keep randomly shutting off. Going to take this as a sign I shouldn't be trading today because it has never done this before. I don't know what's going on, Chris. You're not the only one. Yeah, I'm with you guys. I'm with you guys. I'm trying not to get sucked into Microsoft right now because if I enter it, chances are this level's going to hold and it's just going to rip back to 408, and then I'm going to be able to get the 408 entry. Then I'm going to have to sit with the loss, or like sit with like a drawdown, and then wait for it to pull back, stress myself out on a pullback. But I'll be all right. I'm getting one today. I'm not fucking turning this motherfucker off until I got a green trade. And I'm not going to force it, but I'm telling you right now. Excuse my French. What's the SPY doing? All right, so the SPY regained 508. 508. And we said 507 is the level. Dude, I don't know if it was just me today, but like now that Chris, you're saying that you have computer problems, and I literally was having also computer problems, or it's YouTube, and then I go on to like other people's like streams and stuff, and I noticed that their page, it's not even coming up, and it's not coming up on their page unless it's like, so I know today it wasn't me, so it's a good sign. So there's definitely something going on out there. There really is. There's something going on out there. So I would tread with caution. Hood. I appreciate you bringing that one up too, Chris. I think you could get a pullback on Robinhood. You just have to watch Bitcoin. But like this wick right there is kind of like a sign to me that there was an order that was filled there at 1529, and more times than not, we go back to retest that order there. So, AMD. What did AMD do? What's she doing? Is she still not moving? Yeah, look at the recovery. We are getting a bit of a nice recovery here. Dude, is this thing going to go try for 180? All right, so that's breaking. AMD is breaking. Nope. Nope. All right, I'm thinking See, I personally can't get long, like on the SPY or anything, until we take back 507. 507 is my line in the sand that says, okay, if I'm above it and we're holding, then I'm going to look for like a 509, you know, like Friday test, Monday test on the S&Ps. So anything below 407, it's kind of like, you know, I kind of got to stick with the trend. Come on. She said we're trying to find out why the stock market's rallying. It's because of fucking financial conditions are down at COVID lows. What you mean? I'm trying to figure out why the market's rallying. And she puts out the same commercial talking about, I got into Forex because I wanted to learn how to trade. Yeah, bro. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy. Are you alright? You didn't have a massive loss or anything, did you? But we'll be here, man. We'll be here, Chris. I'm going through the scanners right now, basic. And seeing kind of what we have going on here. It kind of feels the same. You had a little bit of volatility this morning. It kind of feels the same as yesterday. Oh, damn. Damn. Look at this. Oh, it's a little bit. Oh, it's a little bit bigger. But we had data today. Oh my God. Come on. So, what I'm trying to show you guys is the volume. But it doesn't want to let me show it to you. It just wants to be difficult. It wants to be really difficult. Yeah. We can't even do 1 million shares. All right, so that's the range I would look for. 405.80's holding. Look for that bounce to 507. And look to see if we get a rejection up there at 507, 507.20. That's what I'd be looking for right now. Kind of just waiting patiently. Either waiting for a 507 test or a break of 550. Oh, good stuff. No, I don't blame you. No, I don't blame you, buddy. I don't blame you there. I don't blame you, man. You have a good rest of your day. I think later on today I'm going to try and find, see if we can't get, like, you know, like, try to get, like, a couple companies to sponsor us or something. And maybe I can pull off what I want to pull off. And like Chris, Basic, and, you know, Wiz, I don't know where you're at. I think you're in Canada. But I'd like to get a nice, like, little studio thing going. I know a lot of them ain't going to go for it with having just, you know, with the views that I have. You know, it's not like I'm pulling, you know, 100,000 views, 50,000 views. Like some people. Yeah, look at AMD, guys. She's got some relative strength here and some volume. So I would keep an eye on AMD. I might try to trade AMD. All right, so Robinhood's getting ready to pull back, like I thought. Crack 1580. Look for 1560. All right, look for 1560. No, you fuck. Come on. No. No. Delta 35. Are you serious? Yo, look at the delta on Robinhood. 35. Oh, that's 35 cents every dollar. Never mind. It's a $15 stock. That's funny. Yo, is Mike... Look, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Look. Oh, okay. I feel like Microsoft's getting ready to do the thing now. I think I might just take Microsoft. I'm thinking about getting short Microsoft, guys. Fuck, man, this is a tough battle. This is tough. This is tough. So we're back up and under 406.50. You're back and under it. Dude, why is it not letting me? Okay, there it goes. Look at the candles. They really slowed up. Part of me wants to take Microsoft. Part of me wants to take it. It's your 15-minute trade line. All right. Let's look at Robinhood because it's already going. Oh, yeah. Let's look at Robinhood. So Robinhood 1550 puts. I think you got to watch Bitcoin for the pullback. It's gonna fall. She's gonna fall. Come on, just give me a bounce. Just give me a bounce. Give me a bounce. Give me a bounce. I'm trying to be patient here. I'm trying to be patient here. It does seem really easy, doesn't it? It does. Like, a lot of these setups today are just like, they're really good. Give me a bounce up there. Please give me a bounce. What was the stock I was getting ready to look at? Fuck. What was it? Oh my gosh, the more I think about it, the more I forget. Not Microsoft, but Microsoft short. I mean, if you get right up in here to like 406.75, right up there, I think you got to think about it, you know. But now it's starting to regain 406.50. Fuck, what was the name that I was looking for? I forget. Fuck it. So AMD's got a nice reversal. It feels like semiconductors are doing pretty well today. If you guys didn't know, I think ARM yesterday did really well. It got above that level that it couldn't break Thursday and Friday. All right, it broke above it. Looks like ARM is pulling back. ARM has a low float. Let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA's pulling back, but AMD is still hanging on for some reason. So you're seeing the divergence. I don't know if it has to do with Intel or not. See how AMD is still like at highs of pre-market highs. TC is finally falling. Intel's trying to fall. AI arms race. That could be a nice rejection there on Intel. Small caps, yeah. Let's see here. I have the scanner up. If there's anybody new that's new here, welcome. If you could, please do us a solid, hit the like button. We're having problems with the streams this morning. It would help us get like pushed, hopefully, for someone else to see it. Again, our whole goal here is to be able to build a community. Free 99. You know, you can donate if you want. That's completely up to you. But there we go. Let me turn this up. But yeah, it goes a long way. Just hitting the like button, subscribing if you're not subscribed. Ask questions, right? If you're new, you want to ask a question about a stock, anything. AMD. My trades today was pretty much Microsoft, which I might be getting ready to enter this now. Where's the SPY? Because I'm too busy looking at... there it goes. There's Microsoft. There it goes. Come on, break. Why is it a 5-minute? She's still trying to hang on. She's trying to be tough there. Microsoft's trying to be tough. All right, so the target I'm looking for is down here at 402. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. What is 400? There's still $90. 89. See if it goes to VWAP. Tries to go to VWAP again. It may not. On the 1 minute. She's just not trying to give it to you. Like, you had to be on it early this morning. It was a beautiful setup early this morning. Bang, bang, bang. It was pretty much a double top up there. Yeah, she's going to be difficult. Oh. She's going to be difficult, so... Again, you got to remember, like, if you need to, get yourself some time. And the S&Ps are starting to get a bounce. So take the short ideas and, you know, be cautious with them. Because you may see the SPY go up and test 507 again. And if we reclaim 507, if you're with us in the pre-market analysis, 507 is our level that we're looking to see. If it does, you know, we get above it and hold it, we're looking to start testing, you know, Monday and Friday's price action, which is up at 508, 509, up in those areas. So that's kind of why Microsoft isn't working out right now. Let's look at Apple. I know. Yeah, look at Apple today. I don't want to auto range. I didn't want to do that. All right. Apple 182.50. Kind of curious here, you know. Look at Apple, just a monster right now. Straight beast mode. Does anybody on here know anyone that makes t-shirts? I was thinking about making it myself. But I wanted to just see if anybody here knew anybody that made t-shirts. Or wanted to. So now fuck that, bruh. I'd rather push my motherfucking button and get my money, bruh. That, bruh. So Microsoft, you could see potential. I don't think you'll get a rally in Microsoft, or not Microsoft, but Apple. I gotta hurry up. I feel like it's coming. Like you can see the rejection that's coming in. Like you can see that this. Okay, so there's that test of the pivot low. Okay, watch that level right there. I would be watching that level right there, guys, at 506.41. See? Dude. I don't want to keep moving my screen, so I do apologize. But that was not supposed to happen. See if right now the SPY pulls back to 505.99 and it holds. See if that happens. Okay, see if this look, we're right there. 506.03, I mean. Sorry. Right there. Look, right at it. 506.03, 506.02, whatever you want to call it. If this holds, then it's a sign. It's a sign. But if it doesn't hold, right? Like you have this support, 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 resistance, resistance, resistance,
95 cents of 14%. That's ALT.
resistance. Stay patient, young grasshopper. Sorry, I want to move. So 506.29. Look, it went down, went right into that level. Now it's going to shoot itself up to 506.30, 506.29, and it's going to see if it can break to the upside and start to change the direction. Somewhat of a double bottom here. You've seen all day yesterday. You had support down here. Pre-market pivot low. Support down at 505.60. Uh-oh. Don't do it. That's your level. Right here. Sorry, I have 11-inch briefs on it. They're all tangled up on me. So that's what I'm watching right there in this like pivot low. And I want to start seeing if we can start to take back 506.40. All right, so right there, resistance, hold, resistance, resistance. Right now it's resistance. All right, I don't need the line there. If you guys need it, you let me know. And then this down here, contending with this. We could see an 11 o'clock runner. We'll see. I don't know, though. The volume's really low. Oh, my gosh. All right, so I'm gonna scan through some of the markets real quick. Did if anybody here that listens to rap, did you guys hear any of the new rap that came out or got posted? Like by J. Cole in particular. I just wonder if anybody's heard that new song. It may not be new, but the video was new. It's pretty nice. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? AULT. I thought that said adult for 1 second. Okay. That's it. She couldn't do it. She's having trouble. End game. End game. That's right. I sing a little Taylor Swift. What you gonna do about it? Come on, Microsoft. We need you to go down, my friend. Just go down. Hood. Keep it fucking hood. Keep it hood. I'm gonna keep it hood.
Coming up at 10:30, Dallas Fed Services Revenue and Taxes Services Sector Outlook.
Hood's still trying to reject, but it is holding on. If you're playing Coinbase or Robinhood, because Robinhood's been doing pretty much the same thing as Coinbase, it'd be your cheaper alternative. Take a look to see what Bitcoin's doing. Oh no. Here it goes.
Dallas Fed Services Sector Index of General Business Activity Outlook minus 3.9 in February versus minus 9.3 in January. Dallas Fed Texas Services
Dude, what?
Index 5.2 in February versus 3.6 in January.
Nice, bro. Good shit. Good stuff, bro. Hell yeah. Nice job, dude. Fucking sick. That's awesome, man. I feel that I'm gonna get one. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. That's a good feeling. It's a really good feeling to know that, like, it's 10:30 and you can wrap the day up, you know? That's awesome. I'm over here still just with my, you know what, in my hand. Well then, yeah, then take a break. Or if you don't take a break, then minimize your risk, right? Just go a little bit smaller. I mean, if it's there, it's there. Put your foot on the pedal and keep it going, you know? I mean, don't, you want to, like, obviously, not continue with the same amount of risk or, like, position size is what I'm getting at. Because if they've already made these runs, let me see here. They are pumping, man. Oh, shit. CXAI. Fuck. Come on. Dude. Dude, that's 100% there. Yep, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. That's why I say I would, I mean, you can see it here on a 5-minute. Volume's really starting to come in, trying to at least. I want to know what happens to the stream today. Like, I want to know what was going on. Okay, come on, come on, come on. Apple pulling back. SPY. Come on, man. Everything seems to be difficult. SOUN. What? Let's see here. SOUN. Dude, look at Unity. It ended up doing it. It's going right to 32, like we said this morning. Wow. Mother trucker, bro. That's funny. What else do we have here? Tesla sideways. Tesla. Let's see, AMD. I don't know why they think that Biden has anything to do with the fucking war in not Argentina, but the Palestine war, whatever, with the Houthis. It's just responding from CNBC. It's like, bro, this is them attacking and killing innocent people in a fucked up way, and them knowing that they were going to die. They all deserve to get fucked. Sorry, not sorry. Get fucked. All right? If you think you're okay with living in a place that people can just do whatever the fuck they want, well, you finna find the fuck out. But anyway. So, we kind of just like, it felt like we were trying to like pick a direction, and we just got stuck again. And that's okay. You know, we got low volume here. But yeah, and that's not me. They were talking about, again, they just been on politics all day on CNBC, and they were saying how people were going to vote a different way just because of this stuff. I'm like, go out of your way. Like, it just, some of the shit that people do these days are fucking stupid. So, whether, you know, it's kids or whatever. So, like, the SPY, like, it looks like it wants to go up to 507, and it looks like it's trying to get up there again, but it just keeps getting rejected. And then, but then you're finding that middle ground support at 506. It's like, bro, are you going to go to 507 or what? Like, just go. But there's just no volume. There's no volatility. It's brutal. AMD's trading pretty nicely today. It's got a decent rebound. You did make this a rejection point. Pivot high of the day. Up here at 178. And for anybody that's just joining us, welcome. If you have any questions, throw them in the chat. I also, I was looking at Microsoft, you know, Robinhood, Meta. Meta was another one. So we had a pretty nice list today. Man, I wonder if it's going to give us, oh no, Microsoft's going now. Shit. You just had to be patient. Is it going to go? Is it going to break that level? I don't know if it's going to, if the market's not going to pull back. And there's really no reason for Microsoft to sell off. It's not like, oh, they're, you know, everybody's information just got hacked because of Microsoft. You know, there's like not really like a reason to sell Microsoft. But we can still get a pullback. A lot of your mega cap names have pulled back off of their highs. So keep it in mind. Second, if you guys could, anybody that's new, hit the like button. If you're just joining us again, it'll help get the stream out. We were having problems with the stream today. I think it's a YouTube thing. I don't know. Look at that 15-minute. That'd be a nice entry point right there. Come on, man. Like, I gotta go get a new mouse. I gotta go buy a new mouse. Like, that looks like a beautiful entry for me on the 15-minute. But I feel like all the momentum has just stopped. Just feels like we've just stopped. And you can see in the 1 minute, look at the volume to the buy side taken back over. Right? But if you were to look at this on a 15-minute chart, that looks like a beautiful bear flag. That looks like a really beautiful, a really nice bear flag with your 9 EMA, VWAP, all meeting up right at that 407 resistance. I love it. I love it. You know what? I'm going to go do the same thing, bro. Literally, I swear to God. I'm going with you. I used to trade outside, but I can't because I'm on my desktop now. And it's just, you know, fucking 40-inch fucking huge monitor outside. And yo, I just seen this monitor at Best Buy, bro. Oh my God. Me and my girl walked into Best Buy the other day, or whatever you want to call her. Huge, 67-inch, huge concave. I'm telling you, every bit of just madness, like 67, like just huge. And it was on like a ball. And I'm telling you, dude, this screen was like this fucking big. It was like almost like 4.5 foot wide, 4 foot wide by like 3.5 foot tall. It was massive. Big concave, like thing. So it was kind of like, and it had a ball on the back of it, so you could kind of like tilt it a little bit. But it was so big. So big. That's what she said. I thought mine were big. It would just be crazy trying to like pull up things. Just because of how big it was. It's crazy. Oh, shit. Not giving up. I'm not giving up today. So Robinhood's a bit flat, which is kind of good, I guess. Is this going to be the fallout? Yeah, I'm going to go with you and touch the grass. I'm going to go walk outside too. It's pretty nice out where I'm at. And I think you're, not too far from me too, man. And I got the window open right now. I guess some people from Squawk Box ended up going out to touch the grass too. They haven't been on in a while. We're nothing worth reporting about. All right, so we got Google. What are some of the other names? Coinbase, Meta, Microsoft, the Qs. Let's go look at the Qs real quick. No. Charts. I'm going to go walk outside, guys. And it's 10:45. Let's see if we get a little bit of movement here at 11 o'clock. All right, where everybody out at 10:30. They think the volatility's going to be over with. And then you get that random movement at like 11:30, 12 o'clock. Soundtown. My Soundtown Brown. I don't know why I thought of what's her name, Red, when he said Soundtown. Just left Soundtown. My booty hole, Soundtown. Oh, shit. I thought my guy was getting ready to start going off there for a minute. He said, Soundtown. I just left Soundtown. Oh, okay. Is that right? Is that right? Let me guess. It's brown. I don't know. I'm losing it. Oh, shit. That's it. I can't stand being tired. I'm going to go see a doctor. I'm going to tell him just load me up with fucking testosterone, tren, give me all that stuff, and just give it to me. Because I'm tired of being tired. I mean, I have been up since 4 o'clock this morning, but still. It could be the sugar, it could be the caffeine in my coffee from just sitting here. I need to go out and touch the grass and kind of get moving.
ATX Viking Therapeutics HC Rainlight raising its price target to $90.
I was looking at that, yeah. It's continuing. Oh shit. It's still got another leg in there. Damn. Damn. Yeah, I was just looking at this. I think that might be about it. Maybe. Maybe. I got two different stories here. One with the 3-minute that's telling me, hey, you still got 2 million worth of buy-side volume here, extending into new highs. So chances are, if you get that pullback in here at 258, see if it holds, 261, 258 area, and then look at this like 1-minute volume, right? It's like, so that's why I'm like, maybe it's just a 1-minute, because I got the same picture on the 15-minute as I do the 3-minute. So can't really go by what they can't really go by the 1-minute. So I mean, it kind of tells you like underneath the volume. That's kind of why I use it. There's a few different reasons, but you also have the 200-day coming up.
LIDR, AI getting a pop here to the high, $1.76. Lima India Delta Romeo, LIDR.
Dude, she's got room to $3.13. $3.13. $3.13. That's where I think she's headed. 313. I'm getting ready to go do it now. I'll be right back.
To what you just mind, and in terms of those overall concerns about the development of this technology.
I think Google's in a pretty interesting spot. I think people's expectations are probably rightfully that they have a lot of this technology. They're going to produce some of the best advances and also integrate it into their products. But they've kind of been drawn into this issue around in their chat interface, which is somewhat new for them, having some things show up that perhaps they had not anticipated. So I think it's an interesting time for the company around some of these products and how they operate.
Yeah, I mean, it's also an interesting time because there seems to be a growing chorus of those who wonder whether Google or Alphabet has the wherewithal to sort of disrupt itself, so to speak. It's had an unchallenged, essentially, monopoly on search, but that would seem to be changing. Do you agree with those who sort of wonder, are they going to be up to the task as this seminal change sort of takes place in the terms of the way people discover things?
I think it is still a question how these kinds of technologies get integrated into their flagship products. Obviously, search being one of the biggest ones people are going to pay attention to. So far, they've been pulled into starting to put this into various products. I think an open question is, how does the AI-powered search experience change? How does that affect monetization for their search ads business? And what's the consumer response going to be? So I do feel like it's poised, and we haven't really seen all the details of how these experiences are going to play out for consumers just yet.
Well, has it been your experience, and I know it's a while since you've been there, that Alphabet perhaps would move too slowly on some of these efforts?
I think that is the case. They're not used to, some other companies like Meta, where I obviously worked as well, are used to executing under a ton of pressure, a lot of public scrutiny, able to roll with the punches as they make inevitable missteps as they try to figure out products and how they work with the public. So I do think Google has less of a history of that, and they also have taken a more cautious approach with some of their other non-search products over the years. If folks are old enough to remember when Gmail first came out, it was in beta for 5 years, and I think again beta is somewhat of a marketing construct. But similarly, they've tried to disclaim how good the Gemini, previously Bard, chat interface would be. They've called it an experiment. So they're in a spot where they're trying to manage expectations, and it's proving difficult, I think, at least the last couple of weeks.
What about just cultural issues that are now being raised at Google and at Alphabet, especially, I mean, I hate to use the word woke, but if you see some of these images that are generated by its AI, the founding fathers, you know, the question about that Nate Silver asked Gemini about which was worse for society, Elon Musk tweeting or Hitler, and they came up with Musk. Like, have they gone too far? And I do wonder if it's harmful to the innovation there that's creating some of these problems with their products.
I do think this excessive caution, as a Google SVP pointed out in a blog post they made as a result of this, this excessive caution does sometimes work against them for sure. You know, they had this opportunity to really make some changes. They did. I'm happy that, for example, if you put in a generic image query for a software engineer, it doesn't just show you white men. But I think when it comes to, for example, to a historical query where there might be some accuracy issues, that those need to be addressed.
George Washington.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you consider that people trust Google and trust Google search results. They're in a different position. OpenAI and other companies can do things that, you know, people are going to have different expectations of Google for.
And finally, Rob, just to end where we sort of started, you know, as somebody who dealt with privacy and data protection, how concerned are you about bad actors and what they're going to do with AI? And, of course, what we continue to hear about deep fakes, certainly with this coming election.
Yeah, I mean, to focus on Google, they have a bunch of different places where this will show up. And, you know, you could point to YouTube, where perhaps they've received less scrutiny than some of the other social networks or content platforms have. So deepfakes, I think, are a real issue, and it's going to be something to watch for the election season for certain.
Rob, thanks for your time.
Thanks so much.
We have more Squawk in the Street right after this.
As we close out the hour, I want to show you what's happening with Disney. It's up again today. Shares range bound over the last year, though they're up more than 19% year to date. We're going to talk more on money movers next hour. The former CFO Jay Rasulo is going to join us next hour. You may have heard that name a lot lately. Well, that's because he's the former CFO that thinks he can fix Disney, according to a new Wall Street Journal report. He is backing activist investor Nelson Peltz in the proxy fight, also wants the board seat along with Peltz on Disney. And we're going to talk to him, I think, for the first time, really, since he's been in this fight, about why he thinks he can bring his experience to the board, make some changes that Tryon is advocating for.
Yeah, I mean, we're a little more than a month away from the vote. And as you might imagine, both sides sort of digging in here. It's going to take a lot of time for Disney management as well. The meetings with ISS, Institutional Shareholder Services, of course, proxy advisory firm, and meetings with investors. It is distracting, to say the least, but they are adamantly opposed to Mr. Peltz and Mr. Rasulo joining the board.
And I think the interesting thing is the stock has been up
All right,
this year,
I'm
and
back.
is that because of some of the moves that
You
ICO
could have
has
just
made?
gotten a 75-cent entry on that Microsoft, so you're getting that pullback to VWAP with low volume on CXAI. Like we said, you do have a little bit of room. CXAI, low volume pullback, and see if low volume pullback. What's that, 3 minute there? Okay. This would be your entry right into there. See if you start seeing some entries coming. There's 3,000 to 12,000. My little girl's gonna mess with me now. Come on. All right. Thank you guys. So, you know, your stop loss is going to be pretty tight through here. You know, you got a little bit of support down here, but anything after that, I want to give it up. Just be prepared. It's a $2 stock. Just understand what what a 10-cent move is on that, 20-cent move. You know, understand what's going on there with the percentages. So, this pivot high there, watch for that. She's such an asshole. I swear to God, she's such an asshole. Every time. All right, so I'm gonna, that's CXAI there. I want to look at Microsoft. So if anybody else is, it is, but it is. I mean, it is, yeah, it is. But where are you going? You know what I mean? Look at the daily chart. You're still full. You know, you got a full still move there. And the reason I would say it's not risky is because where's your stop loss? Your stop loss is right there. Your entry's here. And then your stop loss is right there below VWAP. You know what I mean? So I'd be like, that's where I would have to buy. Because my stop loss is where it's at. On a low volume pullback, 38.2 Fibonacci there. You have VWAP all lining up at that area. So you're going to have automated triggers that are going to start buying there to try to keep it afloat. And you can take profits on whatever it tries to give you. And then if it tries to, you know, kind of break out. Look, I'm clicking and it's not doing anything. You can at least, like, you know what I mean? Take pieces off there. And look, you're not getting a lot of volume off of it. But we'll see what happens, you know? GTN has bought around higher. What's up, Mike? Okay. Yeah, I think there's a lot going on. Like in this GTN, Great Television, bought higher, which announced an 8-cent dividend. That's nice. Shoot, what the heck was it? Hold on 1 second, guys. Let me turn this down real quick because I don't want, whatchamacallit. Hold on. I just hate that, like, I don't know why they made 11 o'clock, like, copyright hour. I don't understand it on CNBC. I really don't. So, I don't want the mic picking it up, and then... So, there you go. Yeah, the volume... See, like, right there, I'd be taking some profit off to reduce risk there. But I was just saying there on the daily chart, you know, your resistance level isn't until, like... Because you have a gap there, like $3, like $2.96. You see what I'm saying? That's why I would say that, like, it's not risky, because I would be, you know, I would find out very quickly if I was wrong, and I would be able to take profit. I would expect that you're going to put in a lower high if it's going to break down on you. So that's why that all made sense to me to take an entry there. You know, you'd be taking some profit now. You can see that that's happening. The increase in volume is not doing too well. This thing's already went 100% for the most part. You know, it's up on the day, 69, 68%, but, you know, and then Microsoft. You were able to get like a 70-cent entry, and now those things are at like probably $1 again. Wait, what? Hold up. No. I don't know if that was Tesla. Yeah, it was Microsoft I had up. That's what I thought. So there is, look, and it did it. Look, it went right to that initial morning low where I was wanting to get my entry. Like, I didn't know if it would give us that completely, but it did. It gave you the 407.25 to take the short, and I was outside. I stepped outside when it did that. Who's to say that I would even have taken that trade anyway, though? So, it is what it is. You know, it happens. It happens. Let's see here. Okay, that's why I have that there. That's right. Apple trading sideways. I'm going to look at the S&Ps real quick, because I still think we're really holding firm here at 505.75. You're holding firm. See if you can't start to get like a little bit of a bounce. Nice. Nice job. Nice job. Where we at here? CXAI. Yeah, like that's like right there. Now you know, hey, let's see if this starts selling off here. And you were getting 12 to 3,000 share orders down here. You know, unless it's trying to play games and it pulls back one more time and then they step in again. But I doubt it. Like you say, I'm with you there. Like you'll start to definitely know if this run is over with or if it's going to consolidate. I thought you were saying it. I thought that it was a ticker. I thought it was a ticker. I literally thought it was a ticker, but I was like, wait, is it a ticker? I got you, bro. I got you. Got you. It's $1,007,007. Let's see here. All right, so gap fill. Yeah, you have room to 955, guys. Oh, there's room. You got room. Where do you buy the pullback? So this thing broke out at 529. 529 would have been a nice area to get back in it. Well, really, it was 575. Shit. Come on, bro. I don't want to have anything. Got you. Okay. Yeah. Man, look at that. Oh, that's because it is stalling. The volume's starting to catch up on the sell side. It feels like people made their money and they're leaving. That's what it feels like. Everybody made their money and they're leaving. Look at those tails. That's pretty weird, isn't it? It's just weird that you pulled all the way back and then bang, bang. But they closed red. Like, that's why it's weird. Like, even here on the 1 minute, I'm like, what the hell's going on there? Isn't that weird to see? Like, you see a small cap like this, where the 200-day and the 100-day and 50-day are all, like, above each other, not below. Isn't that weird? You know, I don't think I've ever really seen that. Look, on the daily chart. Starting to think that this isn't a small cap. Or, like, this is a legit company. You know, of course, I'm just playing, but... Damn, that thing was $1.50. YouTube Tech. Oh, is this education? Gotta love the education stocks. Gotta love the Chinese education stocks. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, yeah. It's just funny that, like, the Chinese education names had, like, they, you know, that they're participating. There was one that I was watching years ago. It's not a ticker anymore, but GSX. Hold on, she's barking at the door. I don't know why she is just being so picky with her stuff. Yeah, they delisted this thing, it looks like. I might need to grab a coffee again. Let's see what AMD's doing. Let me try to go back to what works for me. Nice resistance zone up here on AMD. And look, if that level starts to break, I might have a trade here on a pullback. I don't know though, man. That's a quick reversal. That's a nice reversal on AMD. No, I don't think I want to try to step in front of that and take a short. I don't think that would be wise. The S&Ps right now are still holding firm. I wonder if that's it. I wonder if it's going to give it up. I think we could find out if we go to like IWM. Look, the IWM's making highs. That's where we need to be long. So IWM at highs. I want to check in and see what like so the Qs are like damn near flat. They have not even moved. I feel bad for anybody that traded the Qs today or tried to. It's still flat. It's right where we opened up. Sorry, shoot, I don't have the live chat on. My bad. My fault. Let's get some W's in the chat for Basic Black Trading, because he killed it today, man. Great job today. Even for Chris. Because Chris brought up Robinhood, and he took a 27% or a 27-cent trade into like 40-some cents. So there's been some Disney news here that's been, you can notice it's starting to come out as we get closer to that vote for Disney. I missed this short, man. And I had it. We had it. The reason we didn't take it, at least I didn't take it, was because on this day here, right there, was the day that the market was pulling back and Disney was sitting flat. And I was like, then I forgot about it. I didn't know about it until it was brought back up down here. And I'm like, oh, shit. So, it is what it is. It's all good. HD and Lowe's, Home Depot. Lowe's had earnings today. All right, so there's our pullback for Robinhood. That sucks. 15.50. Where are they at? 20 cents to 30. That's a 50% trade. They were 21 to 23 cents. And now look, it just so happened to be 32, 33 cents. Wow. I told you guys, I wanted to see the likelihood of a 15.30 test. Damn it, I should have never left that trade. I should have never left it. And like I said in the morning, I thought Robinhood would get a pullback, at least to that double top. You know, at least a pullback to that double top is exactly what she did. And again, I still think you're headed for 1530 area. I still think this is where she's going. Like right there. That's where I think she's going. If you trade Robinhood or Coinbase, you gotta try and keep an eye on Bitcoin. Oh, my mama. Come here. What are you doing? What is it? You say hi? Say hi. Hey, say hi. Say hi. You're not going to meow now? Just give me 1 second. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to watch the markets. We'll cover some news. See if we got any new headlines or anything that came through. So right now, the markets are pretty much flat, if not a little bit down. The IWM is your leader. Yo, girlfriend. You just busting through here? Huh? You just busting through here? Holy cow, mama. Please. You're okay. Come here. Over here. Please. Come on. Oh, now you're going to jump. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Please. I don't know what you want to do. Sorry, guys. What are you doing? Come on. She's wild. She is wild. No, you know pull. You know pull. I know, you got big purse. She's mad. She mad as motherfucker. What? I know. Come here then. Come on. Oh, you're just gonna lay right there. Okay. Can I move this? Alright. So let's go over this stuff real quick. We'll see if some opportunity presents itself this afternoon. What is this? Coinbase is, kind of retesting. It's a nice little retest of that initial morning low. Same for Hood. Like, Hood, I was thinking about taking that short, man, and I just, it is what it is. I ended up just, going outside and kind of forgetting about it. Then it just gave us the follow through. Because I was watching it and I'm looking at the volume and I'm like, man, maybe it's going to take all day just to give you that, 20-cent pullback. And, there we go. I wasn't sure. But I liked it. It would have been a trade. I should have put it on because it was cheap. I should have put it on. I was going to get the 1550s, and they were going for about 20 cents, like 20, 21, 22 cents, 23 cents. I think like a 22 to 21 cent bid and a 23 cent, asking price. And I think those are up pretty well right now, if not like close to 50%. Oh, they're back down to 30 now, or 29. Last fill was at 30, so I'm not sure how liquid they are. Why? Like you can see here, like 2,000, 23,000 for the open interest and 2,000 volume. 1550s aren't bad. But that open interest is like poop. 900 on, like, you got to think, right? 900 on 10 cent, 20 cent contracts? Like, are you serious right now? Come on now. Hi, baby. I know you're tired. I know my baby girl's tired. Her so lovey. My little girl's so lovey. Yeah, it's a nice pop there. Killing premium there. Killing premium. Yeah, that would actually make me a little weary some, with the open interest being at 929. But so yeah, that's that. That is that. Now, why did you stop scrolling? So Unity, they reported, again, I'm going to go through a couple things here. It's starting to be lunchtime, so it feels like things are getting ready to start dying off. Unfortunately, I mean, you're holding this level, but you're also making lower highs. Let's look here and see if we can start to like identify. I wonder if they're going to start trying to buy the pullback here. I don't see that as a relevant question. What a fag. What an idiot. I don't find that to be a relevant question, so I'm not going to answer it. What? And look, it's just fucking weirdo. All right, so this is the SPY. You can see you have a very clear to the T wedge. All right, there is a very nice wedge there. She's so spoiled. She really is. She's so spoiled. Let her out real quick. All right. Well, like I said, I'm going to cover some of these names. I'm going to go look through. Why did that not go on the 1 minute? Why is it right there and not where it should be? That's so weird. Why is it way down here? Am I still... So if you haven't realized, the IWM. Oh, and that was the other thing that I wanted to look at today was, here's IWM. She's still just grinding, making new highs, up 1.3%. ARC, that was the other one. It's up 2.2% today, and I missed it. That was the first thing I had on my charts today. And I completely forgot about it. Completely forgot about it when I was going through the watch list with us all. I completely forgot. All right, Tesla put in a double top up there. This is kind of good, I guess. It's consolidating. That's what you want to see. Would you much rather see like a move that could help take you like a momentum type of move? Yeah, that would be cool, because it still feels like with this pulling back like it did and not breaking away, it still feels like that major resistance at 205, like 200, 205 is just a level that we cannot get through and continue, because if we can break it, I still feel like on the daily chart in 15 minute, you still have 215 215, like 210, 215, that 50-day moving average coming in there at that prior resistance there at 215. Ultimately, that's where I'd like to take it. If we can get Tesla to get, if we could get another little pullback down to 199.75, call it 200 flat, the low 200s, I wouldn't mind trying to take a long there and selling. You kind of got to give it a few dollars, because, even if you pull back to 198, 197.80, you're still not wrong. And that could still be a support, because here, if you think about it like this, right? Here's your breakout. I'll draw it underneath. There's your breakout on this candle right here. There's your breakout. You break out, and then you pull back, and then you bounce, right? This is supposed to be actually a lower high, because if I draw it out for you, you're going to understand what I'm saying. It pulls back, and then you get this resistance zone, right? It pulls back, it just consolidates here, get a little consolidation. I'm gonna fucking kick her ass, man. Sorry, my cat was she's just going crazy right now. You get your consolidation, you pull it back, and then you get that break higher. You get that final pullback in it. Well, it still holds here. Dude, I hope to God my shit. Is this still on? Sorry, what's up, Chris? Sorry about that. No, I did not. But you get that breakout here, right? You get that breakout, and then you look for that level there, which would be right here at 198. Get that pullback into 198, even if it's 200, 200 to 198, hold it, and then, you know, look to get a rally. She's fucking killing me, dude. So I have my TV and I have everything right there, and I thought for a second she was getting ready to jump. You guys hear? So that's that. Tesla, if we get a pullback into this area, I'm going to try to take a long. On Hood. Yeah. Just watch Bitcoin. Watch Bitcoin. You can't just look at Hood. You got to look at Bitcoin, because that's going to... Bitcoin is controlling Coinbase, Robinhood, Mara, all the other ones. Let's see.
WBD and PARA, Warner Bros. Discovery, holds merger talks with Paramount Global, according to CNBC. That's Pop Alpha, Romeo Alpha, with
What? Abby, you have food. You have food. This girl is gonna fucking piss me the fuck off, man. I'm never gonna be able to do what I want to do. You know what? I'm moving, and she can go with her mother. That way I can just continue to do the fucking shit that I gotta do. So you're getting a pullback there on Tesla, but Robinhood, sorry, again, I apologize. Robinhood, that is a really nice bounce. I agree with you. It's a really nice bounce. You're stuck in here. Sorry. Not sorry. Look at this support zone. You guys hear her? That's her throwing a fit. Don't just wait for the long, Chris. You needed to get 1560. I still think you're going to get a shot down here at 1540. You might not. Listen, you might be right. Maybe you do blast off. You could. That's some nice solid bars getting put in there. Again, just look at Bitcoin. Is Bitcoin starting to go higher? Does it look like it's going to give you a move? See, Bitcoin might start to turn into a little bit of resistance there at 57,000. So... Let's see here. You know what? That is the resistance and support zone. Look here, Chris. If you get a pullback on Bitcoin, if you get a pullback and you hold, what is this? It's like 56.79. Then absolutely, I'm with you. I'm going to take that Robinhood along with you. Let me go make sure that she's got food in her bowl. Just because last time I looked, she did. Right there. See if you pull back in right here and hold this level. Right there. Right there. Let's see if we pull back in here and can hold that. Abby, you have food. She's such a fucking goofball. Come on. I'm going to go get you some. I know. It may not pull back in, will it? I wonder what happened there. Dude, I don't like how this chart looks. It's just like... Let's see. That's a pullback in. Resistance. Pulls back into it. Didn't quite get there. It got there. Watch out. Just be on watch. Because you could get a pullback right there. You might. That was your prior resistance to the left. And you tried to break out of where? All right, you tried to break out of this area right here. Okay, where's the circles and stuff like that? We'll do a circle. Oh my gosh. Right, dude. Look, you tried to break out right here. Right there. No, I don't. You see that green line there? Watch it bump into it. Bump into it. It's got to break through it. Because you broke through it here. Right? You broke through it there. And then you pull back. You tried to extend. Can't extend. Can't extend. Can't extend. It pulls back. And now this is your final. Is it gonna pull back even further? Like that. It may not. That's what I think happens. That's what I think happens. If you don't, then you're going to, I feel like then you get, you know, a possible breakout up here. Okay, I'm just going to draw you guys what I think. You're going to make that support. And then that's when you need to see that volume really come in to see if you can finally break that prior high of like 47.5. Or you're just continuously stuck in the consolidation here. And you're just going to just continue to just go up and down in that area. All right. That's my plan. With Robinhood, with Bitcoin, all of that. You might see a pullback and you might get a further pullback down into 56.1, 56 flat, I don't know, 55.8 area. Or you're going to sit up here and consolidate. Let me go get her fixed real quick. Yeah, Roku. Yes, that was on my list. I'm with you there. It was on my list a while ago. I haven't looked at it since. But, you know, it just got shot down with earnings, and I kind of just said forget about it. It's holding, yes, but is it glass half full or glass half empty? Abby, I'm coming. Look, Chris, this thing broke this major resistance level at 65. Look what it did on the daily chart. It went right into 65, made 65 resistance. Oh, let's see here. You might have some divergence. Oh my fucking God. I just want to fucking finish this fucking analysis. She's got food in her bowl. She's not fucking starving. You guys see what I deal with? She's fucking just whining and crying, and she has no reason to. I love her to death. I love her to death. Yes, you know what, Chris? I'm with you. I want to see if we can get a long out of Roku. I'm with you there. I'm with you. Baby, I'm coming. Okay, I'm coming. Yes, I'm with you. I like that idea too, Chris. You had a nice rejection here of 65.38, 65.25. I want to see if we can start to because you put in a new low here, and yeah, let's see if it starts to set itself up. I like that idea. This is the same exact play that I took on Roku. Not Roku. You guys remember the Oxy trade like 2 months ago, a month ago, when we called it off of that daily, off the daily chart, off the daily analysis, and it gave us just huge upside, and we caught it. And we were like, yo, guarantee you we get Warren news about Buffett buying more. Or Berkshire Hathaway, I should say. Right there, that day. Right there. That day right there. That candle. So, let's see. We'll see if Roku can give us that. I'm just curious if you guys hear her crying or not. The most beautiful cat you'll ever see, and she's so spoiled. She's doing it lower now, not as loud. But if I don't acknowledge her, she'll start screaming. Because she knows. She's like, Dad, I'm your little girl, and you cannot not take care of me. I know you will. If I sit here and do it long enough, you will take care of me. Come on, I'm coming. Come on. Come on. Come on, please. No, come on, I'm coming. I'll be right back. I want to see Roku, though. I want to start seeing this break it out into a new high. This area right there is your competition right there. You start breaking that, we break that level, Chris, I'll get long. If we can hold like 63, maybe we try to take a long at 63, and we look for the breakout, pull it back, high a day, bang. That's a nice trade there. I'm with you. Thank you for bringing it up. You've been on it. You and Basic have been on it today, bro, with the goods. I'll be right back. I can't play CNBC because Carl Quintanilla got mad at me, and they try to copyright the 11 o'clock hour, even though it's everybody can this is public access. I'll be right back. Gosh. All right. Let's do it. I kind of like that 63 there. I'm glad you brought that up, man. It's actually a really good setup. It's a really good setup. Or could be, I should say. Could be a really nice setup. You have an extension. You have an increase in volume here, while just about everything else has a decrease in volume. Well, I wouldn't say an increase. Yo, what happened with Google? What happened with Google? And its AI stuff. Is that why it went down yesterday? Because. Why is there still a government shutdown like every other week? I don't understand. I thought they got all of that stuff situated. I know there was that bill that's the Ukraine bill, but they're calling it the border bill, which isn't doing anything but going right to Ukraine and being wasted. I mean, I don't understand what they're trying to accomplish. Russia's not going to stop. Like, so get it fucking fixed. Like, you're just going to continue to just waste time, energy, and money and lives on something that's like, what, do you just think you can just do this forever? Do they just think they can do this forever? Like, has it ever occurred to them this is going to be however long, you know, United Nations continues to move east? It's crazy. Looking for rejection. Something else. Let's see here. Yeah, 63 looks really good. If that can hold, that'd be a nice trade. Catching some to try and catch a reversal on Roku. So yeah, but with Google, what happened? Do you guys know what happened? 17 insiders bought much higher and announced an 8-cent Monday. Yeah, I seen that, Mike. I seen that. Oh, should I have fucking indigestion? Because I know I've been seeing a lot of stuff with asking AI to do something, and it's like, can you draw white people? And it says, no, I can't. And like, I don't know. Just something ridiculous. Where they're pushing that, like, color narrative, color, non-color, racial, that race narrative. Alright, I gotta get to work. I gotta get some stuff done. Let's see here. Alright, and I'm just gonna do it right here on stream. If you guys have any questions or anything, just let me know. I'll be here. If you guys need anything, just give me a holler. If I see anything, I'll let you guys know. I have the scanners up. If anything comes across the wire, I'll let you know. I got the scanners up. Let's see. So yeah, that's that. Dude, look at that. Look at Roku. Do you guys see that 15-minute chart there? Holy shit. I thought pretty much every time it's like bang, resistance, bang, resistance, bang, 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 bang. And it's hitting it again. It's going right in there right now. Let's see here. I mean, it's not... What's the market doing? So look, that's what I thought. AMD trying to get a bounce there. See if it rejects 178. It may break. It may be trying to get to 180. I think that's a sign. That reversal there on AMD is a sign aiming for 180. In my honest opinion. All right, so Unity went up to where? Yesterday's low. Got back up to that area. Can it reject 30 and start pulling back? That's a big downgrade in their estimates for earnings. I think 40 to 50, and they were expected 113 for guidance, and they lowered it. Oh shit, and mRNA, I forgot about that one. Today's Tuesday. She pulled back yesterday. Let's see what happens here. Alright, that's Moderna. Man, that's a nice break and a long off of that level. Doesn't have much liquidity at times. You have to know what you're doing trading that. Microsoft, one of the top ideas today. Look, it ended up breaking. Oh shit, I'm scared to look to see what those contracts are, because we had a chance to get in at 70 cents. I'm scared to look. Fuck. Unless I still have them here in the level 2 and they're $1 from 70 cents, then that's not bad. But that's also with a bounce back, and these were probably like 110, 115, 120. And what were we doing? The 400s? Yeah, 400s. Alright, so that is what we were doing. Highest volume, highest interest. Demand is stabilizing. Oh, Lordy. So this is what's making this market a little tough, is that, you know, you're not really getting that much follow through because we don't have a reason to move higher or lower. But Microsoft's working out. You know, you're getting paid depending on your entry. You know, you could have took that. You could have took that trade bright and early this morning and been done. And your day been over at like before 10 o'clock even came. But some of us were making a cup of coffee. And yeah. Dude, Apple just cannot hold a gain. You want to talk about a stock that is weak? Dude, Apple's hurting. I want to know what's going on with Apple. I do. I want to know what's going on with Apple. Like, the minute you think it's going to, like, you know, start to, like, find some, kind of, grounding and, like, start to find its footing and maybe kind of find an area to consolidate until next quarter. Nope. Nope, just keep selling off. Yeah, at 12 o'clock here in about 3 minutes, I'm going to turn on CNBC and we'll listen to the panel that they have on for lunchtime, and I'm gonna make some phone calls and stuff. I mean, we got a little bit of a so far right now a lower high being put in here. All right, so if we look, we could see, let's see here. Did I just see what I thought I saw? So it's JP Morgan pulling back. She's been a monster. All right, we've been long, we've been short. Of course, not in this area. Actually, I did throw money away on a long or a short this past Friday. I was simply looking for a small pullback. Look at that. Just monster, bro. A monster. I'm not going to chew gum in front of the mic. Uh-oh, you're making some progress, Chris. That's it. I'm not keeping my eyes off of Hood. I'm not missing it. I'm not missing it. Look, so look, it's trying to pull it back a little bit. Look, did it break that level? It did. It broke it. Look, it's trying to turn it into support now. All right, that's it. I would say watch for the breakout. Let's see if we can get the breakout on Robinhood. Chris, I'm going to take this, bro. I'm jumping. I'm jumping. Leap of faith. I think now's the time. The wind's died down. You know, we got a small breeze. Let's do it. The time's now. I want to try and make this perfect. It's like not for the sake of being perfect, but I would have loved a little bit of a pullback right in there at 57,000. I wish there was a way I could keep it both up. There you go. There's Bitcoin right there. Uh-oh, here we go. Is she going to do it? We're going to find out. We're about to find out. Here it goes. Gosh, I would kill for just a small pullback to 16. Not 16, but like 1590. Fuck, it's not going to give it to me. Come on, Bitcoin, what are you doing? Shit, I didn't know the mic was on. Sorry, guys. I don't want to sit here and chew this gum in front of the mic. What a turnaround, y'all. What a turnaround. Now I'm nervous. Come on, Bitcoin. Just get your ass up there. Come on. Come on. Let's do this. Did you ever take it, Chris?
market competition. So he basically has like 90 days to outtrade everyone else. It's not an investing contest. You have to look at setups that are breaking out right now. We went through this exercise the other night. We looked at all-time highs, not 52-week highs. S&P 500 names making
I tried to get filled there.
highs.
It didn't fill me.
133 of them right now. Look at what's on that list.
That sucks, because it would have been a 20-cent entry.
It's Caterpillar.
And it's up
Trane
27 now.
Technologies, Eaton, Merck, Procter & Gamble,
Fuck.
Colgate, Vulcan Materials, McDonald's, Masco, Rollins, JP Morgan, Walmart. This is every sector, almost every sector you could think of, with like the exception of maybe utilities and energy, has stocks that big, really important stocks that are within 5% of, again, not year highs, all-time highs. It's a
Josh,
great
we're
tape
saying the same
for
thing,
people
though.
So I'm
that
looking
are
for a
not brave enough
pullback
to
here,
look
guys. I
away
want to see if we can get a
from
pullback and try to
megacap
get that long.
technology. That's not going to be defensive. Rob, those stocks are
Hey,
rolling
Josh,
hard.
we're saying
They're
the
not
exact
defensive.
same thing. You're naming selective stocks in other sectors that are outperforming. You're not naming the entire
The biggest
sector.
stocks. The biggest stocks.
No question, because the biggest names have the less exposure to high cost of financing. They have the moats. Of course, it's the same message. Same exact
I could run
message.
the same screen with Russell. I could run the same screen with Russell 1000, and I can give you 30, 40, $50 billion market cap companies. The story's the same. Take a look. Here's an example. Look at this company. Look at this AJG. This is an insurance broker. This is like not a sexy stock at all.
AJG.
Arthur J. Gallagher is. It looks like it's doing AI. Look at this chart. This is a $50 billion market cap. It's not a leader in its sector. It's not Berkshire Hathaway. I'm telling you, there are hundreds and hundreds of setups in mid, large, and super large cap categories, almost every sector. And I think that augurs well.
I feel like, does anyone agree with me that it feels like AI is a thing of the past and now it's Bitcoin?
Relevant, especially today, because the new moves that we have are outside of the areas that we talk about every day, the Mag 7. Jason Snipes, speaking of Caterpillar, which Josh mentioned, you bought it.
I did.
Tell me why.
And listen, I mean, Josh made a lot of great points. I mean, it's up 9%, close to 10% year to date. It's up over 30% in the last 3 months. One of the largest manufacturers of construction and mining equipment, right? Away from the artificial intelligence technology boom. But if I look at the earnings and I look at EPS has grown 35% year over year. Margins are expanding, really strong balance sheet. These are names that you could add to. Again, 3% off its 52-week high, but growing and still has opportunity.
Stephanie Link, what do you think of this move of buying Caterpillar, name you've been, in the past?
Yes. I mean, if you think that PMIs are bottoming, there's a huge correlation.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. You could probably even throw in John Deere, which acts horribly, but it's a laggard, but it'll probably benefit as well. So 100% agree. I think there's just other places that I would rather own that are maybe off the radar screen of
I gotta try and get 16 flat.
Investors, but it's a great company. But by the way, AI.
I gotta try and get 16 flat.
With AI, and so their margins.
I mean, but everybody's going to do a ton with AI.
No, but their margins.
They're not AI plays. I mean, because you
their
could say like every
plays.
single stock in this building is an AI
You
play.
can say that, sure, but they have shown evidence that margins have expanded in the last 4 quarters when they put in place AI.
I understand, but you know my point.
I'm not buying it for AI.
Everybody in this building is going to try to claim that the AI is a beneficiary.
But I buy margin expansion. And if AI is helping on margin expansion, I'll take that all day long.
All right. Well, you bought more Sherwin-Williams. You bought more Quanta Services. Tell me why.
So, housing is my favorite theme for 2024. Sherwin-Williams is a housing play. All about paint. They've spent so much money on paint and improving it. And their SG&A last quarter was up 15%. And what did Home Depot and Lowe's call out
This is why we be patient.
Report, or at least Lowe's today, Home Depot last
16.
week. Paint being stronger than expected. This company actually had a decline in earnings 4% year over year because housing really didn't have a good year last year. This year, I think that's going to play catch up. So you're going to see a reversal in total.
All right, and that 15-minute chart kind of showed us, hey,
180 basis points last quarter was impressive. I think you're going to continue to see that. Quanta Services, we talked about it last week. I mean, we had earnings up 21%, revenues up 30%. They have a backlog of $30 billion. This is all about the grid. This is all about utility CapEx, and I think utility CapEx has no choice but to go higher. And I think this is off the radar screen to some degree.
Yep, I got you. Josh Brown,
why you
what do you
always
think of
take
these moves?
profit.
I know you cited Caterpillar at the very top of your views on where we are right now, but you got Cat, you got Sherwin, you got Quanta, and you can pick others that you like.
Look, I think all of what Stephanie's describing is exactly the way I'm thinking. This is the middle of the cycle. It's not early cycle, but it's not late cycle. And exactly the names that she's talking about and the themes that she's talking about is what should be working right now. And the good news is that it really is what's working right now. And a lot of these stocks just don't have a ton of coverage. They're not necessarily sexy. It's not cloud computing, but they have earnings growth. They maybe have more earnings growth than what we thought they would have 6 months ago when we were still in the midst of rate hike hell. And I think they can weather the situation better than their counterparts 20 years ago if rates had been going up as quickly as they just did. And the reason why is they went into the rate hiking cycle having already pushed out maturities on debt, stockpiled cash. Don't forget, we had buyback cancellations as recently as 18 months ago, and we've had enough layoffs in the economy where these companies are fairly lean. So I like everything that she's discussed, and I echo her sentiment on housing especially. If you saw those numbers today, home prices are now going back up. It takes almost nothing on the mortgage front to see a reacceleration in demand for homes. And that's demographic. It's not even the economy. It's literally the age that people are. They have to do it. And so I love that theme. I think it's going to work this year too.
So, Rob, global hedge funds, according to Reuters, citing Goldman Sachs data, sold tech stocks at their highest pace in almost 8 months in the week ending February 23rd. Bank of America equity client flow trends. They may be buying comm services, but comm services doesn't encapsulate what we're really talking about in the total of big tech, Mag 7. They're selling tech, by the way, according to those flows that Bank of America is seeing. We've been asking the question almost every day and now for almost every week. Is it time to buy things other than tech? It feels like you guys think the moment is here. In some respects, maybe you're a little more selective.
All right, what are we going to do?
Than these two to my immediate left.
What are we going to do
has the
here?
moment really arrived?
I don't know if it's here yet, but it's coming. There's no doubt it's coming.
Well, I mean, Josh just gave you a bunch of good data to suggest that it's not only coming, it's been here. It's just been, it's maybe been under the surface. It hasn't gotten enough talk. And the idea that the small caps are the litmus test for broadening is wrong. It's all these other areas to why industrials, more than half of industrials are less than 5% from their all-time highs. I could go down other areas too.
And you have tons of names that have perked up. When we look at our portfolios, our average portfolio, even though we own some of these large cap tech names, our average portfolio trades at a 20% discount from a PE standpoint to each one of their sectors, their relevant benchmarks. And I think the thing that you have to pay attention to is tech has been the sector with the most upward revisions, right? And that's been the biggest driver right now year to date. The other thing that I would say is the most positive factor year to date has been momentum. And while every week at our investment committee meetings, we talk about when we're going to make these reductions, I think the one thing that we always ask ourselves is, when is momentum going to break? And I think that's what every fundamentalist hedge fund struggles with, because they're fundamentalist. And so it's natural that they're going to be on the early side of that. We thankfully have not. And we've ridden them a long time, but we're totally acknowledging that this is the most expensive area of the market.
I took that.
You can own
Oh
in
no,
the
the
basket.
volume.
And frankly, Google's cheap.
Volume.
It's got some issues, but Google's cheap on a relative basis.
There are people like Stacy Rascon, who covers NVIDIA, who would suggest that NVIDIA
I
is
just
cheap.
bought the high. Like a fucking
You're going
idiot.
back there with me again. It is now, but if you've looked at it, it's because of the explosive earnings growth they had. And it's hard for us to chase that. Now, if we've been in a name like Lilly, which we talked about this the last time, we've been there a long time. We've owned it for a long time.
Let's
we
see
have
here.
Huge tax consequences in migrating out. So we're respecting the momentum in the names that we own.
Here you go. You don't own NVIDIA.
We don't.
Because you told me last time that you don't own it. You missed it. You were
I
honest,
missed it.
right? You
I was honest
But let
about
me
it.
ask you that, because this is perfect too. If you have money that you think you want to finally put into the market from whatever source you have it, would you buy Caterpillar today, which was at 204 a year ago? It is now 330, 325. Okay, it's not that far from its 52.
Man, I don't want to be in
NVIDIA
this
today?
because it feels like
I'd
that's
probably
it.
buy the industrial. We don't own either.
I know, that's why I asked you the question.
It's really hard for us to chase that very cyclical sector, which has 4 of their biggest customers launching their own AI chips.
Look,
Granted, it's
and I
going to
just
take a
got rid of
long
it.
time to get there. There's very powerful
That's
short-term trends, but we're not kind of.
I did, though. I got rid of it. I don't want to be in that. I can't be in that.
Space to own totally different things. We own Broadcom.
I can't be in that.
You know, we own KLAC. We own a bunch of stuff that's done incredibly
Like,
well.
if it continues to
Not as
break
well as
out, it's not
NVIDIA.
meant to be
It
for
is
me.
what it is, but it's done incredibly well, right?
But you
I
also
really feel
subscribe
confident
to
in
what I
trying to get
believe as
short
better
there.
than expected GDP, and it's been
Yes.
stronger than expected.
Yes.
So how could you not feel good about owning some cyclicalities, especially
to.
some of these industrials, especially something like I mean, I'm talking my book on Quanta, but Caterpillars are trading at 15 times.
And there's a whole host of other stocks. That
Like,
are
it's
very
really
cyclical
nice
that
how,
that
you know-
because the economy is doing better than expected.
Shut the hell up. So the volume, the fact that it's literally you're buying the top. If you're buying Robinhood right now, yes, with relative strength, okay, relative strength, it will remain oversold, okay? But 4 hour, 2 hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes. Oh, look at that 30 minute. That look good. That look good, huh? Hey, mamacita. 15 minute, 5 minute, overextended. So only the 30 and 15. Only the 30 and 15. Yeah, just the 30 and 15. They don't, you know, they look undersold. Not undersold, but they aren't oversold. Like, everything else is just way oversold. Way overdone. So, I decided to sell that. It may keep going. But, I don't know. Sorry for that. Oh shit, Bitcoin getting ready to go too, it looks like. Yo, I just can't do it. I can't hold on to that. Like, seriously, there's no way that I can be in that, like, take a long on that position and feel comfortable. There's no way. And I don't know how anyone here could too. It's just my opinion. That's all it is. Just because I feel like, I'm like, how can you sit there and try to be long, or at least, like, off of that entry? Like, if we were already, like, we already put the position on, we'd say, fine, let it go. Like, we've already made some money, you take some off and leave it on for a couple days. But I don't have this entry here, right? I didn't get that entry. That is a really nice hold of yesterday's close, yesterday's high. So what I would do is say, okay, where can I get an entry? Let's see. Oh, come on.
starts with an A in the Mag 7, which feels like it just hasn't gotten a lot of love. Jason Snipe lately, and that's Apple. 6 months the stock.
Yeah, we were talking about Apple too. It's just hurting. No love. Where is the love? No love for Apple.
Look at the other bet stuff. Basically rein in the kindergarten that they have in an airplane hangar out there. So I think that there is a lot of opportunity for Google to right the ship.
Okay.
But I don't expect anything out of this stock right now. It looks like they're trying to turn themselves into like the Bud Light of technology. People are not going to revisit this stock anytime soon until they demonstrate that they're as serious as Zuckerberg was a year ago.
Do we expect anything out of another name that starts with an A in the Mag 7, which feels like it just hasn't gotten a lot of love, Jason Snipe, lately, and that's Apple?
Yeah.
6 months, the stock is no money. It's up 1.5%.
Yep.
Everything else in the space is up astronomically more than that, with the exception of Alphabet. We talked about the well-documented issues and the most recent pullback in the stock, which was more dramatic than in a greater period of time. They have their shareholder meeting tomorrow. I don't know what's going to happen there. I don't know if it's a stock-moving event or not. We'll find out if anything gets announced. Doesn't usually fall in that category. But nonetheless, what's the issue here?
Yeah, no. I mean, listen, the stock is down 6% year to date, right? You know, I think for me, there's a couple of things. One, on the earnings report, China was a mess. China was down 13%. It was not a good quarter in China. And we know what's happening over in China. You know, I think the AI play, again, Apple is not being identified or recognized as an AI player. Yet, to your point, Seth, yet. I don't know if they're going to talk about anything tomorrow. I think that comes later.
It's probably going to come in
I think that comes later in the year.
Summer.
But I think that eventually Apple will be, again, they're one of the most innovative players in the space. They will be rewarded, and they're going to do something.
Steph, you want to give me a quick thought before we take a break on Apple, because it's a relatively recent move for you to get into it.
Yeah, so I've been underweight forever. I still am, but I've been adding to it on weakness, down 10% from its highs. I thought the quarter was just fine. Nothing to get too excited about, but the guidance, we got it cut, got that out of the way. Impressively to me, with services is going to stay double-digit growth. April quarter, you likely get a new $90 billion buyback. WWDC is in June. You have a couple of catalysts. Everybody hates this thing now. I'm going the other way.
All right, up next, we're going to talk Zoom. The shares are popping on earnings. Josh Brown in that name. We get his take. We do have big moves in Lowe's and AutoZone as well. Those stocks hitting new highs. We'll get the trades from the committee, and we'll do it all next.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Welcome back. Dow, as you see there, down a little more than 170. Zoom shares, though, not down at all, up better than 7%. That's on the back of earnings. Josh Brown, you are in this name. Give us your take.
I am. They beat on the top and bottom lines. The earnings were $1.22 versus $1.15 expected. That's on $1.15 billion in revenue versus $1.13. So a very narrow beat. Revenue is still not growing. It was growth of about 3%
I wanted to let you guys know too.
The good
last
news
night,
is people were expecting
Aiden
flat.
Ross
So I guess
was talking
3%
about
is
how,
in that
dude,
context.
Bitcoin's ripping
But I know,
to the
I know
moon,
a
bro,
very big
to the
thing about
moon.
the stock that a lot of people don't know.
I think the top might
analysts
be in.
covering it know, but it's
Right?
almost as if
Those
nobody
type
wants
of
to hear
things.
this.
That's the first
They
thing I
are
thought
right under everyone's noses
when I heard
transforming
Aiden
into
Ross
an enterprise
yesterday
business. And
talking
again,
about,
not quickly.
yo,
but
you
they
hear
are
Bitcoin?
220,000
It's ripping, dude.
enterprise customers
To the moon, bruh.
at the end of the quarter. And
I said, oh, there's
they
your top.
also
There's your
have,
time to
an
sell.
AI product that it's a chat related.
So what I did was I
and
put
that's got
Bitcoin over here
100,000 users. So
on the right-hand
there's
side,
some
just to
signs of
keep
life here. The
just to keep it on
expectations will
watch, because you
remain
can't
low.
ignore it.
I like that setup.
It's the
I
riskiest
consider this to be value
risk
tech.
asset
No one's gonna get excited
of
about
risk.
It.
It is the definition of risk, in my opinion. Kinda, not really.
It's still in a no man's land.
I think it's
Even with
pretty
today's
much proved
pop, below
itself
the
that if
50,
it
below
pulls
the
back,
200.
it's able to,
So I'm not like
you know,
racing out to
bounce
buy
back
more,
and
but I don't want to
at least
sell
give you
because I
your
still
money
think
back.
they're gonna
Very
find
volatile, but
that growth that's been elusive for the last
I don't know, man.
8 quarters. And when they do,
feels like
you
some
won't be
things
able
have
to buy it
fundamentally
because the stock
changed
is gonna front run that.
with
All right, so ties of the day for shares
with
of ZM.
this. So
Lows today, Jason Snipe.
look at that
on the back of
freaking
earnings,
run.
new 52-week high. Your view?
Jesus Lord.
Yeah, no, listen, I like this one.
That is
Listen, they beat
insane.
again on the top and the bottom line. Again, you know,
So
the bar was
insane.
set
So,
lower, right? But if I look at seasonally, they're getting ready
yeah.
for their Super Bowl.
And
this
then
is the
next,
time where the spending happens.
you know, maybe we can
Yes,
start getting
home
like
prices are up
MSOS to
46%
go.
Since 2019.
Start getting those
less
businesses
turnover,
to
and
go.
moving around.
You know, I know a lot of
But,
people don't really
I
do that as
like what they're
much
doing. Their margins are expanding.
like
I
they
think got
used
some
to,
operational
but
leverage.
Rob, you own both Lowe's and Home Depot.
all right. So
Yeah,
I'll be
in
watching
terms
this.
of
I'm watching
lows, it's a matter
Bitcoin.
of jumping
Just
over
so you
a
guys
low
are
bar,
aware,
and they set the
that's
bar
over here
lower
on this
again.
side of the screen
Trading
on
at
the
18
right-hand
times,
side.
I think it's a position that can continue to do well.
And because I want to, you know,
we
I
like
think we
Home
need to
Depot.
watch
We've
it.
owned it
I
a
think
long
we
time.
need
We
to
think we
watch it.
can be patient as revenues reaccelerate. It's the highest quality business in the industry.
Jason, AutoZone all-time high today on the back of its own earnings. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, another one. I mean, I think, again, it's emblematic of the interest rate environment that we're in, that aging vehicles are only increasing. They're doing some good work in the commercial side of their business, and I think that's why it's continues to move.
Let's talk some Exxon, Chevron, Hess, and the drama deal. Chevron's deal, Exxon may challenge this, Stephanie Link, according
think
to
that
what we've
works.
been reading
That's
over the
good.
last 24 hours or so. What's your view here?
I don't.
You own them. Well, you don't own them both. You got rid of Chevron, now you have Exxon.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I sold Chevron. I mean, that stock was terrible last year, and then they went out and bought Hess, right? And then they're going internationally versus in the States. And Exxon's doing the exact opposite, buying Pioneer. So that's why I sold Chevron and bought Exxon. I don't think Exxon's going after Hess. I'd be shocked. I just think that they are so focused on executing the things that they've already done and really expanding this Pioneer, and that's where I want to be. This stock is super cheap at 5.6 times earnings, and it has one of the highest dividends in the industry, huge cash flow. So I like this one way better than Chevron. Chevron seems to have lost its way.
You bounced it out of your book too.
I did.
Jason Snipe,
I
right?
did. I sold it about a little over a month and a half ago, and I think for me it's an execution story. I think Steph, you just hit it on the head. Listen, this Hess deal they didn't pay a premium for it, so I think it's a reasonable deal. But we'll see what happens. It's messy right now.
All right, let's get the headlines now with Courtney Reagan. Hey, Court.
Scott. President Biden spoke briefly at the top of the meeting with congressional leaders at the White House that's currently underway. And the president pressed the need for Ukraine funding, calling it urgent, and said it's Congress's responsibility to fund the government as leaders face a Friday deadline for a partial shutdown. The White House announced today that the president will meet with members of the Teamsters Union next month. The scheduled event follows a prior meeting with Republican rival Donald Trump, as one of the nation's largest unions remains undecided on who to endorse in the 2024 elections. And he won a Nobel Prize in 2022. Now he's being sent to prison. Oleg Orlov, who's the co-chair of the human rights group Memorial, sentenced in Moscow today to 2.5 years in prison for criticizing the invasion of Ukraine by, quote, repeatedly discrediting the Russian military. And denouncing the war yet again, Orlov said in a statement to court that he neither regrets anything nor will he repent for anything. Brave man. Scott, back over to you.
All right, Court, appreciate that. Courtney Reagan up next. A new regime. BlackRock says it's time to double down on this strategy if you want meaningful returns in this market. I'll tell you what it is, what the committee thinks about it as well. Next.
See.
All right, welcome back to the Halftime Report. BlackRock today making the case for active management, saying there is, quote, a new regime in the market. The world's biggest asset manager says higher rates, persistent inflation, and geopolitical risks give active managers a better opportunity to beat buy and hold strategies. Of course, they've capitalized on index investing, but now they see a new regime. I'd like everybody's take. Josh, I'll come to you in a minute, but I want everybody's take up here. We do have, obviously, we're talking our book in some respects for those who are here. We have active managers in the most part. What do you want to make of this, what they suggest?
We have active and passive, but it's definitely the environment for active. As they said, higher for longer, inflation remaining sticky. That's an environment that's challenging for lots of companies, and active management becomes more valuable. You can look at international, you can look at value, you can look at small cap, and while broadly they're not doing well, there's names in each one of those asset classes that are doing tremendously well. We looked at utilities. We don't own many utilities, right? But we own Vistra Energy Corp, right? It's up 29% year to date in the worst performing sector in the S&P, down 3%. Why is that? Because there's a distinction between sector, market-based investing, ETF-based
I think you could get some
investing
puts here
that changes things. And let's be honest,
on Robinhood.
ETF-ification has pushed some multiples to what we believe to be unsustainable
I think we're
levels
close to
just
getting our
because of their
test right now
construction.
down to
Price is
1590.
going to matter prospectively, for sure.
It's also sort of, as David Einhorn has made the case, Jason, it's distorted the way that stocks are
The
viewed.
volume's
It's
really low
harder
there.
to do your work,
Really low.
so to speak.
Man,
in
it's
the
only
environment
12:30.
of passive investing, where it's like set it.
Let's
and
see if we can
forget
pull
it,
back,
right?
get a test
And
in
you
here of
never
like
get
1590,
a
1595
bottoms-up
area.
stock picking view anymore, or certainly it's much more difficult to execute.
And see if we
that
can't jump
strategy
in
than
on
it
that
was
long.
perhaps in the past.
I couldn't agree more. I think
Look, it's already
given the macro
like you haven't
backdrop
even
and all
moved,
the
and
moving
look at
parts,
the
listen,
RSI
market's a very
pullback. That's
dynamic
telling you.
place. It's always been
That's
this
giving
way.
you a sign of
But
the
given
strength.
some of the
That
challenges
it's
that we
the
have
price
right
stays
now,
where it's
I
at.
think it's very important
Relative
to do the work,
relative strength
and
pulls
figure out
back.
ultimately where you need to be,
And
and I
then,
think that
yeah.
is connected to obviously active management. I think you need to be nimble in a market like this.
Now, there's always issues out there, though, right? It's not just all of a sudden, there may be maybe it's better said as a different regime rather than a new regime, because there's always some stuff that has the propensity to cause volatility in the market, where the active management community would say, see, this is what we're here for. This is why you need us, and not the set it and forget it, buy the ETFs and just let it run. Maybe it's a little bit nuanced this time because the interest rate equation is obviously front and center and unknown.
I think you want to have both, and you want to have exposure to both, because if you think about on the passive side, the long-term total return for the S&P 500 is 7.7%. Not bad. Not as good as last year for sure, right, when we were up 26%, but not as bad as 18% decline the 2 years prior. So long-term average, that's a really good number. By the way, long-term average for fixed income is about 3%. On the active side, the way I look at it is, so you have passive, and then you use active for alpha generation, especially as basis points are coming down in the industry. As we all know, there's fee compression because of passive, by the way.
Y'all see
So
that?
it's actually more attractive to own some
Technical
more
analysis,
active
bruh.
in your portfolio because it's costing you
That
less.
tech-
I
tech-
just think that it's really hard. People say they buy low and sell high. Most people buy high and sell low. And so you really do want to do your
Girl.
homework in terms of who the active managers are and what the strategies and styles are. You
talking
got to
to?
get that right too.
Yeah, maybe that
And
is
yes.
the most important thing of all. Josh Brown, your take?
I do have a crush on her. Not even
I
gonna
think
lie.
it is true that in a rising rate environment,
She just reminds me
there are
of
probably going to be a higher
not
number
Goodfellas.
of active fund managers who find things to
Sopranos?
do that help them outperform. The problem is there is no academic literature anywhere
Josh,
at
what
any
the hell you
time
wearing on national
that
TV, man?
states
He just
that
like, I'm just
A,
gonna hang out with
anyone
my
can
button
select
up
those
today.
active managers in advance.
And that's cool. That's cool. You know?
You
I'm not
pick
hating. You couldn't throw on a blazer, though? Like some type of little
25%
jacket?
of all performers over a 5-year period. You have an equal chance
Must be his
of
day
those
off.
fund managers that you picked being in the bottom of the distribution than you do having them be back in the top. In fact, it's a very slim chance that anyone can
There's
have
that pullback
performance
on the
that
hood.
beats the S&P over 10 years. It almost is non-existent. And once again, there are people who can do it. You have no way of knowing who they will be 10 years earlier to select them and hang on. So I think what most wealth management people are doing, where they're using active management, it's sensibly and with a specific outcome in mind. But for the most part, most of the benefit is going to be in how they allocate assets to begin with, number one, and number two, after-tax alpha. Like, how much did it cost to invest this money? Because, as we all know, you can't eat pre-cost, pre-tax returns. You only get what you get after costs and after tax. So it's complicated. I wish I had an hour. I don't. So that's all I'll say on that subject.
All right, up next, we're going to do our calls of the day. A number of committee stocks are on the move and getting talked about on the street. We'll tell you what they are next.
Once retired, Marcus decided, I will never again
Wow,
work
they're
for another
actually
man
playing a
or woman.
commercial.
I abandoned my
here I am. I'm talking the whole time without a mic. Sorry. I was talking the whole time. 1650 looks like that move, guys. That's where I want to see if we can take, just like Chris was saying, on Robinhood. Yeah, we got like, so that is weird because you have Coinbase here that is still putting in new lows, right? It's filled the gap. It's pulled itself back down into that 194 area, but Robinhood recovered. So there's a little bit of divergence there between Coinbase and Robinhood, and I don't know how to take it. If we're just gonna follow and let Coinbase lead, Bitcoin's not selling off. So I don't know if this is just a Coinbase thing, which it feels like it is. But I am going to keep my eyes on it. You have this little bounce here, little V bottom, pull back, right? Let's see if you get this bounce here, like something like that, And that's kind of what you have in crypto right now. And then we could either look for the break back down to 1580 or so or something. We figure out what it is. I mean, this is a measured move to like $17. Looks like you can take this thing a little ways higher. To like, 17 or so. Really, it's like 1650. If you were to measure it out, you've pretty much done this right here. 1056 all the way up. Like, you could use the price level, whatever you want to use there. And then you have this here, which now, see, that takes... You have to do it on the daily chart. You have to measure it yourself. I did it on the daily chart, and it literally took me to where we were. All right, so remove. As you can see here, this is the move here. That's where we started. You rallied. You went there, and then you have this here, right there. So like $17. 1650. Yeah. So that's what I'm looking for. I want to see if we can get a little more continuation out of Robinhood. Let me see real quick. Oh, Coinbase, or not Coinbase, but Intel, that's at the 100-day moving average. That was our target. It was 40, it was like 41.40. I already looked at this one when we had semiconductors take off. You kind of, it's ugly. I wouldn't consider it one. But some people would look at this and call this a head and shoulders here. I wouldn't consider it one. You got support here at 42. So I'd watch that 42 area and see if it can hold. You also have the 100-day moving average pulling up right there. You might get a bounce. I think you might get a bounce. It wouldn't surprise me. All right, the volume is getting smaller and smaller every dip. So you're going to see here if you get some buying to step in here to try to hold that support level up a little bit. So that's what I would I would look and say, hey, what, I would say, where's like, so this level here is major resistance, right? 45. All right, that 45 level is major resistance. It was support all back in 2018, 19, 2021, 2020. Right, for a few years. That whole level at 45, you're pulling back. It's I think you got to hold the 100-day. If you don't hold 42.50 and you continue with the sell-off, then what I would look for is $41.25 to $41. All right, if the 100-day doesn't hold, that's what I'd look for. You know what? I'd also be looking for like divergence and stuff too, right? Like if you do break down and you get you break down, get a bounce, and then it gives you another downside breakdown, and you're starting to notice that like your indicators are telling you there's relative strength, that, you know, because you're already getting less and less volume here each time it's been pulling back. So watch and see if the buyers hold it up. I'm not sure if they will because of the size of the candles. They're long, right? I think you got to look for $41 to $40 to be a buyer. But again, you know, who am I to say what? Like, Intel could come out with news or really anything, and they could change it. But that's what I would do. I would watch that 42.50 on Intel. And now Robinhood's all going to depend on what all the other names do, like SoFi, Coinbase, stuff like that. Come on, man. I'm going to make some phone calls real quick. I'll be here if you guys need anything. If you guys could, tell a friend, hit the like button. We greatly appreciate it. You know, I got just another boring day. We'll get through it. Things are going to start happening. So use this time to start going through your charts and think about how you want to, you know, how you want to trade this week, right? So we can watch names like SoFi, stuff like that. So if you guys need anything up here, if you guys could hit that like button, subscribe, share this with a friend. Maybe I'll share it on Twitter again real quick. We'll get this stream bumped up because I'm trying to find going to look for a sponsor here. Even with 0 views, you know, you just got to try, right? They'll probably say no because I don't have enough views. I don't have enough this, that, the third. Okay. All right, bet.
Welcome to American.
So shaken by what I saw at the border. I was a dictator who will just do anything to kill them. And the intensity in that room was surprising to me. But because of the passion of the president, the vice president, Leader Jeffries, Leader McConnell, and myself, it was. And, you know, Johnson tried to answer, and he made it clear he wants to do something on the border. But we made it clear to him, we can't tarry, or the war could be lost. And second, we wanted to do border and have a tough, secure border plan, as we Democrats showed in the Senate, But he can't say it won't do Ukraine until we get border. He's tried to do border for 6 months and couldn't come up with a
Look how
single
goofy.
Democratic vote.
Stop giving
That's
our
enough.
money to
Next
other
one.
sides. Fabrics
Next one.
to
Yes,
go.
yes, yes.
You could tell that they're like one brain minded. Like, don't really realize like
We
what
made it
really
look-
goes on.
Let me make it clear. We made
These
the
comments are
overwhelming
so
sentiment, I mean,
stupid,
is we got
yo.
to do Ukraine now. And there are other issues, including border, which we should address, but not now. And there was a discussion in the room that could you do border just by administrative action? I think Biden won that argument because he said you can't do it, we all said, without personnel. And you need legislation for personnel. And even the Republicans in the budget asked for more money for personnel at the border. So it was clear that we want to fix border, but it was also clear the speaker didn't give a reason why you had to do one before you did the other. Thank you,
Pope
everybody.
Francis, Congressman Pope Francis on Sunday called for a, sir. Thank you, leaders.
I'm just watching the Marine in the back. Hey, it's the guy from Dumb and Dumber. Remember the guy that was in the car that took all the pills? That's him. He's right there. Look, 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 look. Shut up. You guys remember him? I want to set a timer. I want to set a timer for his hands. Let's see here. All right, we got that off. Okay. Oh, shit. I missed it. I wonder if I could hold my hands up like that. I feel like your shoulders and like arm, like what if you had a cramp and you're like, you just sit there and fight it? Oh, you guys can't see me. Yeah, I'm doing it. You just sit there for 8, 10, 15 hours like this? Just so y'all know, I'm still doing it. wasn't so bad. I would laugh if somebody like talks about like or starts giving their number out. Be like, did you see Pam at the bar last night? She was a wild one. I feel, bro. I feel. I guess the Republicans are preparing a statement in regards to the Ukraine bill that is labeled with a that's covered up with the border. They're saying it's the border, but really it's a bill for Ukraine. At least that's where the priority is.
We were told likely the feng shui is just on point. The feng shui is on point.
And then they wonder why the Social Security has to get raised, this, that, the third. But we'll just come up with any type of number. I don't know where we went to trillions when we started that. Obviously, we started in 2020, but I don't know what got us there, other than the 800 billion.
All together led, first person to speak was Leader McConnell.
800 billion in 08.
The President, the Vice President, Leader McConnell, Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and myself made it so clear how vital this was to the United States. This was so important. And that we couldn't afford to wait a month or 2 months or 3 months because we would, in all likelihood, lose the war. NATO would be fractured at best. Allies would turn away from the United States. And the boldest leaders, the boldest autocrats of the world, the Putins, the Xi's, the presidents of North Korea.
Yeah, you see how ridiculous this is? He's throwing North Carolina in there.
The presidents of North Korea and Iran would be emboldened, thinking that the United States was this soft, fat
why is that?
Country that lost its way and would take advantage.
Well, you are. So if you want to go take back Ukraine, let's go over there.
Done.
Go over there.
I told him this is one of the moments. I said I've been around here a long time.
I don't know. They just come up with the stupidest shit. I'm sorry, guys. I can't.
History is looking over your shoulder, and if you don't do the right thing,
it's a shame.
Whatever the immediate politics are, you will regret it.
Imagine asking someone else to do the right thing.
And every year after that.
And your name's.
Because really, it's in his hands. It's in his hands. We told him how important it was. It was passionate. I talked about my trip to Ukraine, where I met soldiers who had Russian artillery in range with the drones they have, but had no ammunition to fire at them. We talked about 4 brigades who were ready to go, Ukrainian, no arms, and how serious the lack of arms was. And it was the consensus in that room, Zelensky and Ukraine will lose the war if we don't get the arms and don't get them quickly. The speaker brought up the border. We made it very clear.
All right, there's a S&P 50556 test. I might try and get short up here.
We Democrats in the Senate supported a border bill that very conservative groups, including the Border Patrol agents, the Wall Street Journal editorial page, and Chamber of Commerce were for, but said to hold up Ukraine, which is, he admitted, was a national imperative, because you can't do something else which we all would work on, was a non sequitur. There was no logic. There's a logic to solving the border. We want to solve it. But we have to do Ukraine right now because there's a weight that can get done quickly because that has broad bipartisan consensus, and the border takes some more work, which we'll be happy to work on to get it done, but not hold up the Ukraine bill for it.
Senator Schumer.
Let me first just,
That's where the priority is.
Biden for convening
the priority
us
is not at the border. You're hearing it right now. The priority is not at the border.
The American people. It was an intense meeting. It was an honest meeting, and ultimately it was a productive meeting. We discussed 3 issues. First, the need to avoid a government shutdown and to fund the government so that we can address the needs of the American people.
Can I ask you a question? When did we start funding the government every month? When did that start? Literally. I've been watching this stuff day in and day out for the past 4 to 5 years. I have never seen a time where government funding was literally every other week, it feels like. What's going on? Can I get your guys' feedback? Why that is?
There's a need.
All right, so I got Bitcoin over here on the right-hand side just because I'm still watching Robinhood and others. Like, all right, Coinbase pulled way back, all right, a lot further than Robinhood. So I'm curious what the divergence is there. All right, why? All right, like, look, right, it's just steady downtrend, and the SPY. The S&Ps, you can see it's just a rollover. If you look at a 15-minute chart, you can start to see she's starting to roll over, and I was just looking at that. Like, you can see we're getting, like, it's taking time, right? Because you're not going to get paid. They're not paying you on premium. So it's not like you think you can just buy puts. You can. You're going to have to get some time with it, and they're just not paying that well. You know, the deltas are probably pretty low if you go out sometime because the market's not moving. But you can start to see that this bounce here, and it's a beauty. Like, I love these. If only we could start to sell off, like where you get this just like rollover and it just boom, and you just get this limit down. I don't think you'll get that because you don't really have a reason. You are getting talks of a government shutdown, and that's why I was playing this, because I was waiting to see if the Republicans were going to come out, talk their book. It's pretty apparent that their priority is Ukraine, not the border. So, yeah. Let's see here. DC Live, I guess. White House Live. Yeah, I guess White House. White House, Black House, Purple House, Blue House. Whichever house. Where's it at? I guess they took it down. What? What a fucking goofball. I don't want to play because they'll get me in trouble. Catches tiny. Okay. Alright, so it's not here. It is. It's right here. Alright, so I'll keep this up. No, it's over. That's it. They're talking federal funding. No. So they all sat there for 45 minutes. You got no... Wait. So you did get the Republicans. What the heck? Okay, so they did... What? How did we miss that? I was literally sitting there waiting after... Let's listen to it.
Try a built-to-order Wawa.
I thought Future was getting ready to come out.
Yeah.
You guys don't know what I'm talking about, but you would if I showed you.